Lori and Peter.
Thank you, Julie. My name is Lori Emerson. I'm the Executive Director at NAMI, Vermont.
And I'm Peter Mallory, and I'm in charge of government relations and advocacy at the Vermont Association for Mental Health and Addiction Recovery, otherwise known as VAMHAR.
And I'm Julie Tessler, and I work for Vermont Care Partners. So I think we all know this has been a very rough year, and we felt it was very appropriate to call that. It's been rough worldwide. People are suffering from losses, death, depression, anxiety, addictions, really difficult stuff. It's affecting individuals, families, communities, nations. It's also a time that people understand more about mental health conditions, developmental disabilities, and substance use disorders. They see that these are conditions that affect all of us universally. We are all at risk. We are all vulnerable. We must all support and care for each other. Through our shared journey, through this pain and suffering, together we can find a path. So we hope today that it will be an opportunity for us all to listen, to learn, to feel inspired, to educate and advocate. We have a great lineup of speakers, and it's a great opportunity to learn from each other at the end of the day as well. So I'm going to turn this over to Lori Emerson, and she's going to give you some information about how to participate in this day. So again, thank you for joining us. This is very important, and we hope that you will all find this a very meaningful day.
Thank you, Julie. And good morning and welcome to Mental Health Advocacy Day, everybody. We're so excited to have you here today. This is the largest gathering of mental health advocates we've had in the 6 years of our planning and building a united coalition of 47 co-sponsoring organizations and their networks. Mental Health Advocacy Day gives us the opportunity to share our experiences and stories to influence legislators about the importance of mental health care. Now is the time to invest in mental health, to support everyone who has experienced the devastating effects of isolation, anxiety, and depression due to our physical distancing because of COVID-19. So your advocacy can make a difference. And as we get started for the day, I just wanted to cover some protocols with Zoom. You'll see that you have 3 toolbar controls that you can use during the webinar at the bottom as an attendee. And all attendees have their video off and their audio is off as well. So with the 3 control buttons, you can use the chat button if you have a comment and you want to share information, or you can share a link with other attendees and the panelists. So please feel free to use that to communicate with each other. And you can also use the raise hand function, especially as we're identifying who our speakers might be. If you need help in getting into the meeting, please raise your hand. And we're going to be using the Q&A button if you have a question. And we're only going to be taking questions during the keynote presentation from Chacku Mathai. So please use that as you have the questions that Julie will ask of Mathai when you type in your questions. And you can also click leave meeting at any time if you want to leave the webinar, and you can come back at any time. So you can just rejoin with that very same link that you used, and we'll be using that same link throughout the entire day. After the keynote presentation, we're going to take a lunch break, and that will be from 11:45 to 12:30 approximately. And at that time, we'll have a slideshow for you so you can look at photos of past advocacy days. And as well, we're going to have testimony this week, especially February 4th. The House Healthcare is going to hear from advocates, and we'll be sharing that link with you later on. So during the welcome address by state leaders, we won't have any time for Q&A, but you can contact your state leader personally and ask any questions that you might have. So I want to thank you so much for attending today. And please let us know if you have any questions or if you want to share any information. Peter?
Well, good morning, everybody. It's wonderful to have this sort of turnout for us. This is, as Laurie said, I think the largest turnout we've had in the 6 years we've been doing this. I want to thank Julie and Laurie for all their hard work to put this together. And in particular, I'm sure Julie would agree, we want to thank Laurie and NAMI for all their efforts. And let's see, I'm the one who didn't prepare any remarks, but I have a couple things I want to say. And one of them is, and I think all of you know this, that we are being stretched. All of you are being stretched to the maximum by COVID-19. And I think all of you know that even if we start, and we will start, to win the battle with the vaccine, we're going to see a bump after that. We're going to see PTSD. We're going to see alcohol use is up by, I think, about 40%. And it's going to be a challenge. It's going to be a challenge for the entire system. And it's a pleasure for me to work with Laurie and Julie and others on advocating for more funding, frankly, for the designated agencies and the community mental health system. And all of us can advocate. There are all sorts of ways to do it. You'll meet some of your state leaders today, but in addition, all of you it would be great if all of you got to know your own legislators and brought them up to speed on what we're facing. Now, what I'm going to be doing primarily is introducing a number of political leaders, state leaders, and hearing from them. My only problem is I don't seem to have any of them yet. So, Julie and Laurie, anything you want to add to what I've said to get us started? You're muted.
I would like to add that this is a wonderful opportunity for people to learn about advocacy. Vermont Care Partners on our website, you will see our legislative updates, our legislative agenda, and we are here as a resource for you to help you with your advocacy. It's something we do as professional advocates, but legislators love to hear directly from you as their constituents. So please go ahead, learn to advocate, give it a try. It's easier than you think, and we're all in it together. There's 300 of us right here. And the stronger our voice together, the more effective we will be, and we can make a difference. This is a very important time to do that.
Thank you, Julie. I'm excited we've got our first leader with us, and I'm excited to announce the fact that Congressman Peter Welch is going to join us for the first few minutes of this gathering. Obviously, he is a leader that I respect tremendously. He cares about these issues, and I'm just delighted that he can join us today. I don't see him yet, but I see his.
Hi. Hi. Oh. Hi, Peter. This is Tafine from Congressman Welch's office. There seems to be like two of me for some reason, but the Congressman will join us shortly.
Okay.
Can you hear me? You can?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Oh.
I don't see you yet.
There you go. I started my video. And then there's another one of me there too. I don't know who that is.
Well, we've got the visual of you, so
Okay.
we'll have to let the other one be mysterious.
Yes.
You've been through a lot just lately.
Yes, it has been really busy, extremely busy. But, you know, hang on. Oh, the congressman said that he's on, but the host needs to let him in.
Oh, golly. Okay. I've got you.
Okay.
I'm wondering if the Congressman Welch could just raise his hand and we'll make sure that we get him to be able to be seen. He might be under a different name.
Lori, I sent him the link that you sent me. Is that the right one? The panelist link?
Yes.
Oh, there he is. Oh,
Okay.
There it is.
there you go.
Let me just, Congressman, it's Peter Mallory.
Yeah. Hey.
How are you? I just wanted to welcome you and thank you for taking the time to join us this morning. And I will leave it to you, my friend.
Well, Peter, thank you. I really appreciate all the work that you've been doing. I really appreciate this incredible gathering every year. And obviously, all of us are really sad that we're not doing this in person. But let's hope next year we will be. And all the organizers, the National Alliance of Mental Health, Vermont Care, the Vermont Care Partners, I appreciate that. And of course, the Vermont Association of Mental Health and Addiction Recovery. And years ago, I was a board member of the Vermont Association of Mental Health and regard that as one of my great experiences in Vermont. But you know, the situation we face is, you know more than anyone, all of the folks on this call, is really, really been magnified by COVID. And the things that we have to do to get through COVID. And, you know, I know Mike Smith is going to be on this call and Sarah Squirrel. I just want to salute them and the Scott administration for the tremendous job that they have been doing to try to keep us safe in this really, really serious situation. But the things that we have to do to try to stay healthy, social distancing, work at home, do healthcare at home, do mental health at home. All of this is pretty isolating. And now with winter here, the days shorter and the cold weather and tougher to get out and have the kind of activities you have in the summer, it just magnifies the isolation. And then when you take into account that the rest of the stabilizing influences in people's lives have been really disrupted. A lot of folks, their jobs, they've lost. A lot of folks are working on reduced hours. A lot of folks are trying to not only meet their own needs, but homeschool their kids, which is really, really tough, and have a lot of anxiety about the well-being of people they love, as well as real concern about keeping themselves safe. That's really, really tough, and it's isolating. And, you know, what we've done in Congress is provide in the CARES Act some money, you know, 1.6 billion for substance abuse and 1.6 billion for mental health services block grant. But obviously it's not enough. And the other aspect of this, you know, with the increase that we've seen in substance abuse deaths in Vermont in the last 11 months, and of course, a continuing significant number of tragic suicides in our state, is a phenomenon that is not just related to COVID. COVID intensifies it. But what I'm seeing across, you know, our country is that there is a rise in, you know, what we're calling the deaths of despair. And it's suicide, it's alcohol, it's substance abuse. And how is that? And what I believe is a significant element that we have to address, along with providing the counseling and the support services, which is really essential, especially for folks who are making that decision to try to struggle through this and get to the other side, is there's really been an erosion and breakdown in so many of our communities and the local institutions that give people a way to give meaning to their lives and to provide service to others, which is a big way that we give meaning to our lives. And we've seen that with this enormous transformation in our economy, where as a result of globalization, as a result of trade deals, as a result of wage pressures, that many communities have gotten hollowed out. And part of the economy does well, but part of the economy, folks who work for wages across this country, many of them have not had a raise in effect in 30 years. So when you have the grinding pressure of economic insecurity, and then a lot of local community institutions, like places where people gathered, like the downtowns that were vibrant, when those tend to get hollowed out, just the emotional support that each of us gets by being part of a larger group, that when that gets unraveled, the susceptibility that all of us have to substance abuse, to alcohol abuse, to suicidal thoughts just increases. So I really see what we have to do is two things. My job in Washington is to try to get resources back here so that all of you who are engaged in the day-to-day challenges have the resources you need to be able to do that work. So one challenge is to obviously get those resources back to you so you can continue doing your work. And the work you do is so much harder than the work any of us in Washington do, because it is helping that one person at that moment when they're vulnerable, but they're also willing to work with you and others to try to get to the other side of that looming despair. But the other job we have, I think, is to understand and commit ourselves to rebuilding our local communities and those local institutions, those local ways of people being together, where we can provide to one another some comfort. We can provide to one another opportunities for service. We can have communities that we have confidence our kids can grow up in. So we've got a challenge that is very acute, intensified by COVID. But we really have a long-term challenge if we're going to address the mental health and well-being of all of our citizens, of committing ourselves to rebuilding local communities that are so essential, I believe, to the well-being of all of us. So I just want to salute you for the work that you're doing. We have new leaders that I also want to acknowledge. It's just tremendous in the legislature that we've got Lieutenant Governor Molly Gray, who I know will be joining you, Becca Ballant, our new Senate President Pro Tem, the first woman in the history of our state to serve in that position. And of course, Jill Kowinski is our Speaker of the House. And I know that they will carry forward the commitment that we've had in Vermont to provide good mental health services. But I also, again, want to end by thanking Mike Smith and Sarah Squirrel. The challenges are enormous. The resources, no matter what they are insufficient. The work of trying to help an individual who is struggling and has a lot of other parts of their lives that are unstable and need support is really, really a challenge. And one of the most inspiring experiences I've had serving in Congress are these forums that we've done, listening sessions really around the state on the opioid crisis. And when I see how many individuals in the community come together, grandparents raising grandchildren, folks who had been in the throes of addiction, but are now helping others to try to get through it and to be successful. Law enforcement folks, mental health counselors who are looking at behaviors as a mental illness as opposed to a criminal violation. In the patience that's required by each of you to maintain that struggle when you know, as hard as you work, there are going to be setbacks for folks who are trying, but aren't able necessarily to just hang in. And they've got to pick themselves up when they stumble, and you've been there to help give them a helping hand to do that. So what I know is that in Vermont, we're pretty fortunate. We're fortunate because we do still have a sense of community that has been under, I think, withering pressure in so many parts of our country. In maintaining that community, which I do believe is so essential to the well-being of all of us, is the daily work of each of us. So I want to say thank you. And I want to say that anything I can do, I will continue to do in Washington, along with Bernie and Patrick. And we want to help you with the resources that you need to continue the daily difficult challenge of helping Vermonters get through this. Peter, thank you, and all of you who are on the call, thank you very much.
Can I ask you one quick question, Congressman?
Absolutely.
I was just curious. How you think we're going to do with this large package that's under discussion at the moment, and what you think is going to happen.
Well, I think we're going to get another aid package, and I think it'll be substantial. How we do it is going to be, as you know from your own days in the legislature, Peter, a bit of a mystery. But here's why I have some optimism. Number one, the American people spoke, and in the decision they made to elect Joe Biden president, they endorsed a pretty aggressive agenda that takes into account the needs of working class people. Second, the things that we need in an aid package are not partisan. When we're talking about mental health challenges here, the opioid addiction problem, substance abuse problem, suicide, those apply in Jim Jordan's district just as much as they do here. When we're talking about restaurants that provide great jobs in a lot of community vitality, and they're under pressure here, they are the same pressure in rural Oklahoma. So when I'm talking to my colleagues, I'm making that case. We're not talking about a Democratic or Republican priority so much as we are, how do we make it possible for all of our citizens to get vaccinated and be healthy? How do we make it possible for all our communities to go back to where they were before this once in a century event occurred? So when I get concrete with people, I find we're usually on the same page. Take broadband, I'm the head of the Rural Broadband Caucus. Well, pre-COVID, it was a real challenge to persuade urban areas that were well served that we needed rural broadband. That's not the case anymore. You can't have medicine, you can't have the telehealth, and mental health services are really important, obviously. And by the way, we did get my provision to make Medicare reimbursement permanent for telehealth mental health services. But all of those things are universally needed by everyone. And that's why I have some optimism that we'll get a substantial package.
Thank you. And thank you for your hard work on that and many other things. And it was really nice of you and kind of you to join us this morning. So thank you.
Thank you.
Now, folks, we are going to have someone who used to work for the congressman. And I want to follow up on what he said about our changes in the legislature and the new folks we have, and the fact that we've just elected the first woman to national office. We now have a lieutenant governor, a speaker, and a majority leader, and a president pro tem, and a majority leader in the Senate, all of whom are women. And I think that I just want to note that as something that we as Vermonters should be pleased about. I certainly am. And speaking of that, I want to introduce Molly Gray, our new lieutenant governor. And I'm looking for Molly. Molly, are you there? I'm sorry, folks. My Zoom skills are being acquired as we speak.
Hi, Peter. I am here, and it's Molly Gray. It's not Hazel Brewster, but I'll also give a shout out to my incredible Chief of Staff, Hazel Brewster, who's here with me today in the office.
Molly, you and I have known each other a long time, and I'm very excited about your new role. And I'll turn it over to you, but thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you so much for having me. I also want to thank Julie and Lori and everyone from NAMI Vermont, from Vermont Care Partners and the Vermont Association of Mental Health and Recovery for putting together this incredible Advocacy Day. I'm looking at the number of participants, and it looks like there's now 210 people on today's call. And I'd like to just take a moment to welcome you all virtually to the State House. If I think about 210 people, I don't think all of you would fit in my office, certainly, or it'd be hard to find a place in the State House. So thank you for joining. My office door is open, even if virtually for now. And I hope today is the first conversation or meeting of many more to come. I think Congressman Welch said it best when he talked about COVID-19 laying everything bare, and particularly the mental health challenges. Mental health impacts our lives, probably each of us personally in some way, our families, our communities, and we know that now more than ever before. COVID has brought unrelenting stress and fear, a sense of the unknown as we navigate this tunnel, this pandemic tunnel that seems to be going forever, but I do think the end is in sight. And what everyone here knows is that our systems have been stretched incredibly, incredibly thin. I think Commissioner Squirrel, Secretary Smith would agree with Dick Corchell, I think that's his name, the CEO of Rutland Mental Health Services, who said, leading a mental health agency right now is like moving through a thick fog with a dim flashlight. And we know some of the statistics all too well, that Vermont sees roughly over 106, I think this year, of deaths by suicide, deaths because of substance use disorder, opioids, I think is at 104 deaths and likely climbing. We are in extremely tough times, and it's hard to find the light. But if I can close with some glimmer of hope, glimmer of light, a bit of sunshine, I think the silver lining is that never before have we been so well placed to make some really strategic investments. Congressman Welch talked about a little bit the CARES Act funding, the stimulus package that's being discussed right now. You'll hear today from Speaker of the House, Jill Korinsky, and President Pro Tem Ballin. I look forward to working with Congressman Welch, with Senator Sanders and Senator Leahy, with the administration, with the leaders at AHS that are doing incredible work to make sure that our communities get broadband so that telehealth and access to mental health and support services is a reality for all Vermonters, and especially Vermonters in Orange County, where I grew up, in the Northeast Kingdom and across the state. So that there's funding so that we can support access to community-led mental health and support services, and that we're making really strategic and important investments in upstream services rather than downstream services. So I look forward to working with all of you. I applaud you for your hard work, and especially everyone here today who's on the front lines providing support to Vermont's families, Vermont's communities, Vermont's individuals. And I know that means at times putting your own health and safety at risk. So thank you so much. I look forward to welcoming you to the State House in the future. And please know my office door is open. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. And as a fellow Orange County resident, thank you for thinking of us, as always. It's great to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Now, the governor was unable, given all the things that are going on for him, to join us, but I'm happy to say that the Secretary of Human Services, Mike Smith, is able to be here. And if we could, there, I think we see him. And if he could unmute and
I've unmuted, Peter.
there you are. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you,
We're
Peter.
all struggling with Zoom. You must be on it about 5-6 hours a day. That would be my guess.
Well, more like 10 hours a day. But Peter, thank you so much for having me here. And good morning. And it's truly an honor to speak with you all today. And AHS is very proud to be a sponsor of Mental Health Advocacy Day. As the Secretary of the Agency of Human Services, I want to thank you all for your continued work and your commitment to work on behalf of Vermonters in need. As Peter said, the governor regrets that he's unable to attend today, but extends his support of Mental Health Advocacy Day and shining a spotlight on the importance of mental health. We all recognize the toll that this pandemic has had on our mental health. We know this is one of the most stressful events we have ever had to deal with, and it's essential that we pay attention to our mental health as well as the well-being of those that we care about. I will echo the words of the governor from a recent press conference that he had in stating that you're not alone. If you need help, there's no shame in reaching out, and please know that help is there if you need it. We should all be able to get the help we need when our children, friends, family, and neighbors are able to access the right mental health care at the right time. The impact of their lives is powerful, and for many, quite frankly, nothing less than life-saving. The good news is that Vermont was recently ranked #1 in the country when it comes to access to mental health care. That is because we have a dedicated network of providers across the state ready to help. We should be proud of that #1 status ranking, but we know there is much more to do. And at this point, I just really want to acknowledge the incredible work and dedication of our community mental health agencies and healthcare partners. Most importantly, I want to thank our direct care mental health and peer workers who are the backbone of our mental health system and work tireless every day in providing care to Vermonters. Now, more than ever, given the impact of COVID on our mental health needs of Vermonters, we need to double down on our efforts to strengthen our mental health system of care. The Agency of Human Services and the administration have clearly understood this urgent and important need by focusing on a comprehensive approach to suicide prevention across the state, working with our community mental health agencies to strengthen our proactive community crisis response for children, youth, and families through mobile response, investing in the construction of 12 new level 1 beds at the Brattleboro Retreat, commitment to replace the current Middlesex recovery residence with a state-of-the-art trauma-informed 16-bed secure recovery residence, and strengthening the connection and access to health services for those individuals transitioning out of our correctional system. Now more than ever, as the pandemic stretches on, it's important to focus our attention on our mental health and wellness, and to be checking on those that we care about. And I urge you, if you need help, please reach out. Vermonters have a broad range of free 24/7 confidential mental health supports available to them. To help with the extraordinary impacts of COVID-19 in our state, the Department of Mental Health and Vermont Care Partners have launched COVID Support Vermont to help people cope with the pandemic through education, emotional support, and connections to community services. You can access these supports by simply calling 211 or visiting COVID Support Vermont, all one word, covidsupportvermont.org. I just wanted to end by saying, I know this is hard work, but we're stronger together. It is an honor to sort of rise up to the challenges that we face as we continue to battle the pandemic, to ensure the well-being of Vermonters, working side by side with all of you as partners. And I appreciate everything that you've done and everything that you're doing out there to help during this pandemic. Thanks, Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and appreciate all your efforts. And thanks for taking the time to join us today.
No problem. It's an honor to be here.
Okay. I think we have our next guest, who is the Commissioner of Mental Health, Sarah Squirrel. And I see her. Could you unmute and put on your video for us?
Good morning, Peter.
Hi there. How are you?
I'm good. Wonderful to see you. Hello, everyone. Good morning.
Thank you for taking the time to join us. And I'll turn it over to you.
Great. Thank you, Peter. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sarah Squirrel. I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Mental Health. Certainly want to thank everyone for the opportunity to speak today. It is truly an honor to serve in this role. I want to thank all the sponsors for this day, our state and community partners, advocates, peers, and family members. You have all stood in unwavering support and advocacy for the mental health needs of Vermonters, and it's an honor to stand side by side virtually with all of you today. I had the opportunity to work in community mental health for most of my career as a community member, as a family member, certainly understand the impact of access to high quality mental health care. As the Secretary noted, now more than ever, as the pandemic stretches on, it's important to focus our attention on mental health. We know the impact of the pandemic on mental health and well-being will long outlast the pandemic itself. And as Vermonters, we take a lot of pride in our strength and resilience, but certainly the uncertainty of these times and ambiguity make it much harder. Many of us are feeling additional stress, anxiety, sadness, and depression. And many of us are experiencing these feelings for the first time. We also know the pandemic is especially challenging for individuals who were already struggling with mental health challenges prior to the pandemic, as well as LGBTQ youth, minority populations, our direct care workers, first responders, and our older Vermonters. I want to reiterate the message from the governor and from Secretary Smith that you are not alone. It does take courage to reach out for help, and we all have a stake in taking care of one another. As the Secretary noted, Vermont did achieve the #1 rank in access to mental health in the nation. This is certainly something we should all be proud of, and I do want to acknowledge, as the Secretary did, our incredible work across our community mental health agencies and healthcare partners. I started my career working as a direct care staff in a group home for adolescents, and it remains one of the hardest and most rewarding jobs that I have ever had. It also taught me a great lesson about the humanity of our work. I have been humbled knowing that every day during this pandemic, thousands of direct care mental health workers across Vermont show up every single day to care for Vermonters in our communities, in our schools, in our residential and peer programs, our crisis programs, and in our hospitals. And I want to thank you all for your commitment and dedication. It is essential that we continue to commit to a vision for our Vermont mental health system that focuses on a continuum: promotion, prevention, early intervention, treatment, and recovery. And with the support of the administration, as the Secretary noted, we are moving in the right direction. Last year, the Department of Mental Health delivered Vision 2030, a 10-year plan for an integrated and holistic system of care. We were emboldened and inspired that we could build a system for the future and the now, an integrated healthcare system that would benefit Vermonters for generations to come. We cannot lose sight of that goal. From my vantage point, now more than ever, as the impact of the pandemic will continue to reverberate, we have to roll up our sleeves and recommit to implementing Vision 2030. Vision 2030 articulated several key areas we need to have laser focus on: the need for payment parity for our care providers, expanding peer-led service and recovery practices, strengthening partnerships with law enforcement and educators so that our commitment to trauma-informed, person-led care extends deeper into their communities, and fostering the integration of our mental health and healthcare system. In addition to focusing on our younger Vermonters, the bottom line is the earlier that we intervene, the better the outcomes, and we need to continue to support our children, youth, and families across the state. We also cannot let up on our fight against stigma. Stigma remains a real barrier to accessing mental health care. Many of us who would benefit simply don't reach out for support because of fear of judgment and labeling. We have to continue to expand our suicide prevention efforts across the state. Vermont was recently awarded a $3.8 million comprehensive suicide prevention grant from the CDC. We will use this grant and leverage other ongoing work to continue to bolster our suicide prevention efforts across the state. And additionally, we need to continue to address racism and inequity, to support equal rights, and to strive for systems that are inclusive, and to advance health equity. And that's not just about improving mental health and healthcare access, but tailoring the provision of our services to remove obstacles, to promote culturally informed services, and most importantly, to build trust and to work with communities. As Lieutenant Governor Gray noted, there are glimmers of hope that we don't want to lose sight of. The push into telemedicine as a result of COVID could make services more accessible for years to come. And the national mental health crisis could spark reforms and movement towards better treatment. We also can't forget resilience, and that we can realize strengths we never knew we had when we are faced with the unprecedented challenges that we all face today. As we move into recovery as a state, we will continue to face challenges, but we will arrive with immense strength and determination to keep mental health front and center as a priority. If I have learned anything from my work, it's never to underestimate the power of action when Vermonters align towards a goal. Today, I am flanked virtually by many thoughtful and committed leaders. I want to thank them for their support. We need you, and your acknowledgement of the importance of mental health. We will continue to rise up to meet the challenges of the pandemic and to deliver on Vision 2030 in the same way that we always have, together. So thank you to everyone for being here today. Thank you for inviting me to speak. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And no, thank you very much for taking the time and for keeping us on track. So, Commissioner, it's good to see you. And I think that we have now the speaker of Madam Speaker. Are you there?
Hi, Peter. I am here. I just need permission to share my video so I can see all of you.
Okay.
There we go. Hello. Thank you so much for having me here today.
Let me just say a quick word, which is that I've worked with the speaker in the past and am just really excited about your new role, and which I know you will do with your usual skill. And I point of personal privilege, and then I'll be quiet and let you talk. But on the 6th, when you were sworn in, I listened in with the same pride, and you spoke beautifully. And then that afternoon, we saw something completely different. And what a stark comparison. And thank God we live in Vermont and have leaders like you. So Thank you, and I'll be quiet now.
Thank you so much, Peter. Peter was a very early mentor to me when I first moved to Vermont so many years ago. I won't say how many to age us, Peter, but I really appreciate the warm welcome. It's great to be here with all of you for Mental Health Advocacy Day and the focus on our mental health in the time of COVID. This has been an area that has been long important to me, and an issue that I'm asking our members and committees to evaluate this session. As I have said since the start of the year, my focus is on building a COVID recovery plan that works for all Vermonters. And mental health support is critical for us to come back from one of the most difficult years in our state's history. The COVID-19 pandemic has completely changed our day-to-day lives, from forcing businesses to close, families scrambling to find childcare, and changing the way we visit our friends and our neighbors. It has been amazing to see Vermonters rise to these challenges and find innovative ways to support our communities and try new ways to stay connected. While we have been fortunate to have weathered this pandemic better than some other states, it's thanks to the tireless efforts of our health and human service workers. We still know that this has taken a tremendous toll on our mental health. Thank you to all of those out there on this call and who couldn't be here for your incredible work. The impact on Vermonters can be seen in many ways, but one truly alarming and tragic impact has been the rise of opioid-related deaths, which has claimed the lives of 134 Vermonters as of the end of November. This is much greater than the 3-year average, and while there are a variety of factors that have led to this rise, certainly the long period of isolation has made worse an already difficult situation for so many. Additionally, Vermont has historically had high levels of alcoholism, and we have seen the surge of alcohol sales through this pandemic. A recent news article had quotes from Vermonters saying, "I don't think this is surprising. People don't have anything to do, so they stay home and they drink," end quote. We've also seen the rise of alcohol consumption that is not related with the rise of Vermonters seeking support and services for drinking. It is also important for us to remember that we cannot hope that things will just get back to normal and people will be healthy and safe when this pandemic comes to an end. Vermont has historically wrestled with the challenges of rural social isolation, and we cannot afford to stop working to address the needs of all Vermonters. I look forward to working with the state agencies and departments and all of our critical community service providers. Vermont's community providers are the ones on the ground that know their communities best, and we must continue to look at them to help support Vermonters' mental health needs while also making sure they have the resources to be successful in this critical mission. So thank you again for having me. Like I said in the beginning, this is a very personal issue to me as well. And I am with you in this journey and you have my support. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and good luck as we go forward. Thank you for your support, Madam Speaker.
Thank you for having me, Peter. Take care.
Bye-bye. And I think we have lastly a video. President Pro Tem of the Senate, Becca Balint, could not join us this morning, but very kindly produced a video to give us some of her thoughts. And if the mechanics are ready, I will turn this over, and I also probably will just let the President Pro Tem make her comments, and then I will turn it over to Julie Tesler, who will introduce our keynote speaker. But thank you all for your patience with my Zoom skills and for being here again. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. I'm queuing up Senator Pro Tem Balint's video right now.
Good morning. I'm Senator Becca Ballant, and I represent Windham County, and I'm the newly elected President Pro Tem of the Senate. And it's my pleasure to speak with all of you today for Mental Health Advocacy Day. I want to thank the dozens and dozens of partner organizations who sponsored this event. Your support of this work sends a clear message to all Vermonters. Good quality healthcare must include mental health care and supports. Some of you may know that I'm the first woman pro tem and the first openly gay person to serve as the leader in either legislative chamber. And I know these important firsts are important to many Vermonters. What you may not know is that I'm also someone who has lived with mental health challenges my entire life. In some ways, it's easier to come out as a member of the LGBTQ community here in Vermont than it is to speak honestly about my own mental health journey. I've dealt with anxiety since childhood and depression since my teens. And when I was a senior in high school, I was a top student, student body president, president of my drama club, and I also earned the yearbook superlatives of most humorous and all-American. This time, my senior year in high school was also one of the most challenging years of my life. In the spring of my senior year, when my anxiety and depression became acute, I went to see one of the school psychologists, one of the school counselors, and I was so distraught and absolutely could not focus on my work. I couldn't eat, I couldn't sleep. And I don't know what gave me the courage to walk into her office, as I'd never been in to see her in all my years in high school. But I guess it just became so acute that I needed to get beyond my embarrassment. I don't remember her name, but I know that woman helped to save my life. She listened to me deeply, she reassured me, and she helped to find me an excellent therapist who would do several really important things for me. One, would help me with my anxiety and depression and not try to convert me from being gay. Two, would allow me to pay on a sliding scale and would take my lead, look to me as her patient to tell me when was an appropriate time to bring my parents into the conversation and seek insurance coverage for my appointments. I don't remember her name either, but I will always be indebted to her. I stand before you as a Vermonter, as a mom, as a former educator, as a legislator, and as a person who understands so personally and so deeply how important it is to have strong systems of support for mental health services. My anxiety and depression are still with me. Every day we do this dance together. I can stand here before you today as the new President Pro Tem because I have excellent healthcare professionals, a strong network of friends, and I've embedded in each day the strategies that I need to stay healthy and strong. And so many of you I know are on similar journeys. Some days are easier than others. But our experiences, although very challenging sometimes and painful, they also enable us to face our work with compassion and understanding. And I'm so honored to do this work with all of you. Vermonters are counting on us.
Thank you. Oh, Peter, are you going to go?
I'm going to go away now.
That video from Becca Balint, I'm sure you'll agree, was incredibly heartfelt and moving. And what an amazing thing to share that personal story with us. And that stories of different people is what I've always learned the most from. And Becca's story is a meaningful story. After lunch, we'll be sharing more stories starting at 12:30 of our personal stories. And our keynote speaker is going to be sharing some of his personal story. We are very, very fortunate to have Chacku Mathai with us today. I can see him. And he's been with us all day, so that was really great. He didn't have to, but he has been listening and learning about us here in Vermont. Chacku is from New York State. He's going to talk to us about embracing our lived experiences and harnessing that to inform and empower our advocacy. Chacku is an Indian American who's become involved in the consumer survivor ex-patient movement when he was just 16 years old. This is due to his experiences with racism, xenophobia, racialized trauma, suicide attempts, disabling mental health and substance use conditions, including psychosis as a young adult. With his family, he moved to improve services, social conditions, and alternative supports in the community. After 35 years of different roles in leadership, community organizing, advocacy, direct service, training, peer support, and executive leadership, he has much to share about his journey, an inspiration to us, a journey of hope, healing, and recovery. So everyone I know who has heard him speak have been just amazed, and I've really enjoyed getting to know him a little as we've communicated leading up to today. So I warmly welcome and thank Chacku Mathai for joining us. Thank you. Oh, and if he's just going to speak, he's not going to speak for the whole time up to lunch. He's going to leave some time for questions and discussion. Please put your questions in the chat box. And I will share those with him so he doesn't have to be distracted as he's speaking. We'll wait till the end and then I'll share those questions, but go ahead and put them in the box anytime. Thank you so much, Chacku. I'm so happy to have you.
Thank you. It is such an honor to be here, and thank you, Julie. And I really was hoping I would be able to get to join you for the morning, and I was so especially pleased that I did. All of you who spoke already, it just resonated with all of the remarks that were made. And before I begin, I want to, of course, one of the first things I always do is a land acknowledgement, because we are, each, if we don't mind reflecting on it for a moment here, likely participating on the unceded or ceded land of an indigenous people. So for me, where I currently work is the Lenape homeland, which is Manhattan. And so I work for the On-Track Center for Practice Innovations community in Columbia University. I live in Rochester in Western New York, so I'm also acknowledging the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, and by honoring the sovereignty of their 6 nations, the Mohawk, Cayuga, Onondaga, Oneida, Seneca, and Tuscarora. And I know for you, many of you in Vermont, it's the Benaki homeland. So, I ask you to join me in acknowledging their people, their elders, both past and present, as well as future generations. Most of our institutions for which we work must also acknowledge that they were founded upon the exclusions and erasures of many indigenous people. So this acknowledgement demonstrates a small commitment, it's just a beginning in our process of working to dismantle the ongoing legacies of settler colonialism. So thank you for joining me in that acknowledgement. I want to, the other thing I want to acknowledge is the role of Vermont in my life. Many of you, some of you are out there that probably know, but I have decades of life running to Vermont for my sense of freedom and purpose, especially into the trees. And my first experiences were to pursue the Long Trail and to hike all of Vermont down the Long Trail. And in that process, in many ways, a lot of my personal healing happened in your woods, in your mountains. And so I'm grateful for that. I think, it doesn't start, my story, I want to share a lot of what I have to offer, of course, personally, but as I was reflecting on earlier, each of your remarks reminded me of various milestones in our history together. New York and Vermont has collaborated quite a bit. That's part of how I was introduced to Vermonters. And one of them was Sherry Mead, was one of the mentors of mine out there that, early on introduced me to, forms of peer support, to the peer run crisis respite kind of models in New Hampshire and Vermont. I personally found myself engaged in, for example, the Institute for Social Ecology in Plainsfield, and with students in Montpelier and the university there, and riding my motorcycle back from Plainfield one time. My motorcycle broke down in Barre, Vermont, and I was, I needed to spend more time there while my motorcycle was getting fixed. And I got around a community of people around me there. The welcoming, the healing, the support, and the connection to many different types of social justice work. And the kinds of thinkers that I really wanted to be around were all in Vermont, and I'm not surprised by that. It's just was a place that I always wanted to be and hope I continue to get to be. To go on, I mean, there's a few other people I want to make sure I acknowledge, and groups are the Vermont Psychiatric Survivor Community, for example, and Linda Corey, the late Linda Corey, and others that were involved. Mary Ellen Copeland and the Brattleboro Center. I trained with Mary Ellen Copeland originally in RAP. Then we became trainers. Sherry and I together trained with Mary Ellen Copeland and peer support, and it became intentional peer support. I joined the recovery community in Vermont and the addiction recovery advocacy work as well. So those of you who are with Friends of Recovery Vermont, I'm grateful that you're here. I happen to be president of Friends of Recovery New York, which is our sister organization to you. Also, advocating together, and I'm grateful for your collaboration with the mental health community. I was part of, just so some of you know, so each of these decades. So in the 80s, it was the Long Trail, in the 90s, and then it was moving into the social justice community around that, and then around 2000 or so, it was these efforts around bringing the addiction and recovery, mental health recovery communities, and the Wellness Workforce Coalition, together with independent living centers and the Department of Mental Health. There was a lot of effort to collaborate around a vision for recovery together and what that means together. When I listened to the commissioner speaking about racial equity, I was so grateful to you, Commissioner Squirrels, for those comments, as well as your kind of hearkening back to the origins of the times in your adolescent group home experience as well. These are the issues that oftentimes get lost when we talk about our personal stories, maybe because we don't think it's about us. And so that's what I wanted to emphasize a little bit here, is that part of what we're doing when we advocate together is we're taking the me story and we're bringing it to a we story. And what that means is that there's incredible power in our differences if we acknowledge the differences as powerful. And the idea that those differences can come together and actually evolve and inform incredible solutions, not solutions for one group of people to be applied for everybody, but solutions that need to be adapted. And as I think Commissioner Squirrel said, tailored, but I think even, building new fires for us to be warmed by. The idea is that those solutions, that pluralism can occur. And I believe Vermont is a leader in that kind of thoughtfulness. I watched you do it in the building of your hub and spoke approaches around the opioid crisis, and the capacity to really bring, even when I wanted a recovery coaching training for New York, I didn't go to New York's training or the Connecticut training. I went to Vermont to get trained as a Vermont recovery coach because I wanted to hear how you were doing it and learn from what you were offering there, which was also, of course, fantastic. So, there's probably a much bigger list of individuals and groups to acknowledge. So of course, those of you who are organizing this one as partners, I'm so grateful to you, NAMI Vermont, and partners and care providers and partners of Vermont, the state, all of your organizations that have been coming together. So thank you. There's never been a more important time than now to come together and offer perspectives, especially from a mental health advocacy perspective. The pandemic has impacted our lives in ways that many people could have predicted and did predict, especially around the inequities that we saw and the amplified inequities, racial inequities that we saw, the increased need for attention to suicide prevention and other issues related to mental health, as many of you already raised. So let me pull back for a moment and speak more about my own experience as some examples, if you will, about some of the things that we found ourselves advocating for, and maybe that informs some of your own story. And I guess I'm just taking a turn. So, I certainly don't see my experience or my story or my personal process as any more important than anyone else's here, which is why I'm so excited that you have a story sharing and telling process as part of your advocacy day. So, I, as Julie mentioned, we immigrated here from India. I was born in Kuwait. We came to New York City first, then went upstate to New York. And, one of the things I wanted to tell you about, actually, that someone asked me, like, when I was happiest. I think it might have been Sherry. And it was back when we were doing our peer support days together. And, I remembered a time when I was visiting India as a 6-year-old, sitting on an elephant, kind of like the elephant behind me. It was clearing the trees in South India, in one of the villages that we lived in. And I was so excited that I got to sit on this elephant, that my connection to the elephant, my connection to the land, I watched as my uncles and aunties and cousins and my parents and villagers, everyone was watching me and looking at me as if I had something incredible to contribute, as if I was about to do something incredible, that I was already doing something incredible. They saw me, they valued me, they believed in me. And I remembered that because of all of those feelings. And it was such a sharp contrast to how I was feeling back in the States. And I was still very young, but back in the States, we were treated with hostility. We moved into a city where Kodak had just started hiring people of color only because of the advocacy and the tensions of the civil rights riots that were happening in the mid 60s and late 80s. And then eventually the advocacy that came forward to force companies to hire people of color. So the connection to my needs and my family's needs, we were only seen as people taking other people's jobs and moving into other people's neighborhoods. And the resentment and the tension was reminding me of many times of the tensions of today. And I think the experience that I had with absorbing and feeling those tensions led into my heart, but into my body as I walked down the street with my father, and he would squeeze my hand in order to walk a little faster when he saw a threat or felt people making fun of us or saw hostilities coming towards us. I noticed it and felt it when I experienced the bullying in school myself directly, and the racial attacks and being jumped and being attacked physically because of the color of my skin. And then later, because of how different I was for many reasons, whether it was my skin color or my own mental health issues impeding me. And then eventually losing trust in my own family and not feeling safe wherever I was, whether it was the sidewalk, the bus stop, the bathroom at school, the coat room, and now in my own home, wondering the same voices at night that were soothing me, listening to my parents talk in our home language of Malayalam, turned into voices of that I heard them plotting against me. I started wondering thinking that they didn't want me around anymore, that I was a burden to them, that they wished that I was away from them. And then one day my mom was watching me eat, and a voice told me that she was trying to kill me and that she was poisoning my food. And hearing voices, hearing what other people were thinking, hearing what other people were going to do to me, being unsure of what was going on around me, who I could trust, having to have my guard up all around me, made it hard for me to see me. Even I struggled to see myself. And I knew that other people couldn't see me. It was in that time, fast forward to during that time, using drugs to make myself feel better, that not working, not being able to stop, eventually having a suicide attempt, ending up in hospital. My father reached out to a man at his church, and the role of families supporting each other. I got to tell you, this other father, my father told him, he said, "Hey, my son's in the hospital. He just tried to kill himself. He's on drugs. He's on the street. I don't understand. He doesn't trust us." This father said 2 words and changed my father and our family's life. He said, "Me too." his son was also struggling, and he had just taken a leave from his work to renovate an old horse barn across from a high school in the area, and said, maybe your son will go there. We're giving it to our kids to support each other. It's like a little teen center, recovery center for people who are coming out of treatment centers in mental health or substance use, and maybe your son will trust them. So that's what I did. I went there and I joined a peer community that I didn't think I would trust. I didn't think they could get me to drop my guard, but the warmth and the love and the support from even people who did not look like me, talk like me, or sound like me, but looked very different, reached me. And without my knowledge, my guard dropped, and I was engaged and I was involved. Next thing you know, I'm being asked to go talk to kids in another adolescent treatment facility or at a residence, and asked to go, and somebody caught wind of what I was doing and heard that maybe I'd be willing to speak to the congressional hearing at the time on mental health. And at the time, this was in the 80s. We were seen as people with, who were, needing to be zero tolerance and legal issues. And, it was more of a punitive environment. We were not seen as people with health conditions and needs and social determinants of health, even though those were the things that we were trying to raise awareness about. So the first time was with, Congresswoman Louise Slaughter, and she asked me, would I be willing to share my story and talk about what I think? And I said, yeah, I would, but on the condition that I get to say what I think. I think the idea was that I needed to be able to believe that our voice could be expressed, that healing could begin, whether it was personally inside of me and externally out in the community, when people were able to bring their voices forward and say what was really on their minds. Without being able to say what's really on our minds, we never get to the actual opportunity on the examination of policies, on the examination of the contradictions between our experience and what's happening in the real world. It is in that examination where we can move together. And if we don't do it together, we're going to be missing voices. That's why Nothing About Us Without Us meant so much. And the independent living movement brought that phrase forward because there were solutions and examinations of what was happening without the people who were directly impacted. You're either affected or afflicted. Either way, everybody's in. We need each of our voices in that process. I look forward to hearing about all of the different solutions and the opportunities that we have and moving forward together. I think the opportunity to bring your love and your outrage into the same voice, into the same sentence, not as separate sentences, but as I'm not practiced at this, I'm still practicing, but it's something that I'm working towards, is to be able to have truth and love, the power of that force, come forward in my advocacy. It will be uncomfortable. The receivers of your message may not like it at first and may even say, wow, that was really uncomfortable. But if love and truth are in the same voice, they will ask you to come back and do it again and again and again until we get it. I'm asking you to do it again. I'm part of a young group of young people with first episode psychosis, people like myself who didn't, I'm a generation that didn't get access to some of the best services that are available today around this. I mean, we've learned a lot since then about what it means to support young people going through first episode and early psychosis so that we don't repeat the same mistakes that were made with me and my family. All me and my family could do was run away from services. Today, we have an opportunity to help people really through models of engagement and shared decision-making and listening and empowerment that actually puts the individual and our families in a position of being able to make decisions that actually drive care. And in the same way, we can make decisions that drive policy, which drives care. Because if you don't, a lot of times, the very attitudes, and many of them racist attitudes, many of them biologically determinant attitudes that we are inferior one way or another, drive the existence of certain policies. So if you're looking for what to change, look for the inequities first. Look for where those differences are impacting different parts of your community, and see what are the policies that create those inequities, especially the racial ones. Because if the racial inequities even exist, even in a small population, I know it's not always an argument to make in Vermont because it's the racial composition is different than, for example, here in New York. But the idea is that no matter who you're focused on, if their needs is not at the pace of the broader population and representative of the larger population or the existing population, you have an inequity that may need to be addressed. So that's the kind of thing that I've been focused on lately. I mean, I think for me, I don't want to talk too long at you. I mean, I think there's a lot of things that I could, consider offering here. I mean, one of those is that, I guess let me just say this, as a young person and as an adult now who's had, who's, a person identifies as a person who's been diagnosed with psychotic disorders and addiction histories, and these kinds of issues are the issues that many people perceive as dangerous. So a young person to this day still cannot disclose having heard voices without being perceived and connected to a dangerous outcome. Even the very funding that we received for First Episode, although well-intentioned, was connected to Sandy Hook, which was an assumption that if you increased mental health services, you would reduce school shootings. Well, that is the actual false assumption. That is not the case. There is not a connection between increased mental health engagement and reduction in violence, just like there isn't a connection between violence and mental health. The idea here is that we are trying to address issues well upstream so that we can improve the health and mental health and well-being of our communities. These are the kinds of fundamental, though, intersections that, yeah, we ought to be involved in the conversation about violence. I'm not saying we shouldn't be there, but be careful about how we frame this, because at the end of the day, it all ends up perpetuating an attitude that makes it more difficult for somebody to want to live with somebody like me, live next to somebody like me, work next to somebody like me, or go to school next to somebody like me. Groups that have come forward, those of you who are peer-run organizations, Another Wave, VPS, For New York, other organizations around the state, keep it up. Our work, please remember to advocate for the supports that are not necessarily traditional services, that are not always going to be part of the mainstream mix of funding. Make sure there's opportunities for ways in which people can be served and get help that are community driven and driven by the needs of those communities. So, I mean, I think that's where I wanted to stop. Julie, I hope that's okay with you. And if there's more I can offer, maybe that can show up in the questions. I mean, I'll leave you with this. There's a quote by an activist, Sri Lankan activist, A.T. Ariyatne, who I've modeled all my life. I mean, it goes very simply, is, when we try to bring about change in society, at first, we are treated with indifference, then with ridicule, then with abuse, and then with oppression. But finally, the greatest challenge is thrown at us. We are treated with respect. This is the most dangerous phase. I wonder what you're thinking about why that is. I'd love to hear it sometime. All right, that's it. Thank you, Julie.
Thank you so much. I think that you've inspired the people listening, and mostly we've gotten comments. I actually don't see a lot of questions, but let me share some of the feedback with you. I'm amazed by what and how you're sharing your story. Thank you. Your sharing is so powerful, so essential. Thank you. So many parents fear acknowledging their children are struggling, but if they take a moment to do so, honestly, there are many other parents who have empathy. There are, of course, those who will be defensive or condescending. We must persevere in speaking with integrity, with love, with hope. Oops, I'm sorry. Okay, here's a question. Sorry, I ended up scrolling too fast, so I lost some of them. I love this talk. Oh, wait. There is a question. I just lost it.
Oh, yeah, I see it. What qualities do the best providers I've encountered display?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. What a great question. Thank you so much for asking it. And thanks for all the supportive comments, everyone. It's not easy in this time to feel like you're part of a community when you're staring at a screen. And believe it or not, you've all accomplished that for me. So thank you. Thank you very much. That means a lot. And so, you know, it's interesting, that question about what was a happy time. It was a hard question because when I was being asked that question, I was already a young adult and I had to go back as far as when I was 5, 6 years old for a memory. Sometimes we're afraid of the most transformative questions because of what we think. We're on eggshells with people. So the providers that weren't on eggshells with me, but were able to be supportive and honest, but at the same time, self-disclosing of their own humanity and present with who they were and their own challenges, because I could see those too. I certainly would point them out if somebody didn't share them themselves. You know, I was a very challenging, probably young person to work with. And I found, you know, I've been told as a young adult, as an adult, I was too, because I was challenging first. I would try to dismantle whatever preconceptions or ideas you might have had. So providers that used neutral language, providers that were hearing me first, who came from an intersectional perspective, who understood that my immigration story and history was part and parcel of my experience and with the world, and my experience with my mental health, that my mental health and my racial oppression were not separate issues, but they were actually co-conspiring forces in what I was going through. And at the same time, to be able to see and value the involvement that I wanted from my family, even though I was in conflict with my family for decades. The fact that I didn't trust my family, yet at the same time wanted them and wanted to trust them. I mean, the beauty that even though I thought my mom was trying to harm me, I didn't want to believe that. The hardest question I ever answered was, what do you know, Chacku, how are you feeling? I said, I'm angry, I'm frustrated, I'm sad, you know, how do you want to feel? I want to feel loved, I want to feel supported, I want to feel like I belong, I want to feel like people see me. Then what would you have to believe in order to feel that way? It was at that moment where I had to let go of a belief system in order to feel a certain way I wanted, which was I wanted to believe that my parents loved me. I wanted to believe that the community appreciated me. I wanted to believe that I had something to offer. That's what would allow me to feel that way. Anyway, long answer to a very good question, but let me stop there. Anything else?
That was a great question. And actually, there were questions in both question and answer and in chat. So sorry, now I have more questions than I think we'll be able to handle. But
Okay.
One question was about, do you think we should be setting standards for peer supports? And actually, there's another question that's similar about evidence-based practice and how do we prevent evidence-based practice from becoming a cookie cutter approach? How do we make sure that supports are still individualized?
Yeah, excellent question. So whether it's in peer support or any other service that's emerging, you know, the valuing of evidence-based practices, don't ever get it twisted. Evidence-based practice will always be a policy issue and question, because the very things that get funded are the evidence-based practices in most systems and states. And the opportunity to become an evidence-based practice is something that's driven by, you know, who gets access to the research, what kind of research is existing. So in order to be able to have an anti-racism framework, for example, in a system, you need to be able to examine the policies, examine the research that created them, examine the assumptions of which services are being available to whom, and how those get created. So I'm always a fan of being critical of the structures that get researched in evidence-based practice, so that you can actually recognize the processes. Remember, there are structural, and we call them liberating procedures and processes. Or another way to look at it is counteracting structures that counteract marginalizing structures. So if an evidence-based practice is marginalizing in any way, that needs to be looked at. If it drives an inequity, that needs to be looked at. And I think there are ways that evidence-based practices can be learned from, and I think can be adapted and changed and even discarded if they continue to fail us. Let's not be afraid of looking at new information. in that regard. Now, for peer services and supports, I always told the story. Maybe this is a good one. There's a story about an Indian man who traveled to India, saw the peacock, right? This great bird, big, huge feathers, plume of feathers on his head and back. And the man, instead of wondering about this peacock, he said, "Oh my goodness, this bird is a genetic freak. It could never survive in the community." And so he started to see it as something that needed to be changed, and he, trimmed the feathers back, and made the beak so that it could eat, and dyed it black so that it could be camouflaged better. And now it looked more like something he was familiar with, a standard guinea hen, right? That's what he understood. And so now the peacock was trimmed away. I told this story during the times when we were moving towards core competencies for peer services, because I was afraid of trimming back the peacock that is each of our peer support models, and to something that the system was familiar with, but was no longer peer support. Now, a man came to me in that story from Vancouver. I was telling that story in Vancouver, Washington. He was in Alaska, and I said, "Hey, Chacku, in Alaska, we have a similar story with our great white bear." I said, "Okay, stand up and tell it." So he stood up in front of hundreds of people and said, a man came and saw the great white bear, and he too wanted to change it to the black bear that he was familiar with. And he paused for a moment. And he said, "So the bear ate him." And so everybody, there was a huge roar of applause, and the crowd was up in the air. I mean, it was an excitement, because the bear, she honored who she was. She honored her integrity. So our own program evaluation, our own ability to understand and be qualitative about what we've learned is important. We cannot understand the moon if all we talk about is the finger we're using to point at it. We have to be able to talk to those who have stood on the moon, who are in the moon, who are the moon. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you for sharing actually some traditional stories, because we also have a question about how do we incorporate traditional healing techniques and ways into what we do to support ourselves and the people that we serve.
Oh, well, you just did. You started inviting storytellers who actually have these in our repertoire as part of our process. Include them in your model. Make room for them. Recognize that we're not going to fit within necessarily the same old structures and agendas of prior program models. If you know me, you know that one of the things that I need when I'm struggling is to be able to tell my stories. Tell me a story, Chacku, is probably the best thing you could tell me to do when I'm struggling. And if I'm not able to tell you a story, you can say, "Let's listen to a story, Chacku." Or, "What story should I read from the Ramayana or Mahabharata?" And then soon enough, you'll hear me starting to come back into myself and argue with you about the intent of the story and the framework and the archetypes involved. So I think there's a lot to do there. There's so much, the complementary approaches. There's Vermont is just filled with healers that are ready to come forward. From a financing perspective, we've kept them out. We've made it impossible for the best care to reach the poorest people in every state of our country. And some of the best opportunities that Vermont has offered has not been made available to the poorest of Vermont. Maybe change that.
Yes. And I actually work for the public community mental health system, so that resonates strongly with me. And one of our viewers noted that the book on caste is in your bookshelf there.
Oh, yeah.
And wondered how you see the influence of caste on mental health. So maybe you could dive a little deeper into that.
Right now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so one of the first issues, for example, with caste that I brought up with my own community was, there was a lot of Indians that were excited that I was a leader, a CEO in mental health in our area, for example, and said, "Well, let's address the Indian community." I said, "Okay, great, no problem. But first we have to address anti-Black racism." I said, what about Indian race? What about Indians? And what about the race? I said, "Well, we have to address racism within our own community as well, which is caste. So maybe we can do some of that and address the marginalization we have within our own community." But if we haven't been able to recognize, for example, within our broader community, who is experiencing the greatest inequities, and actually start weighing in on that together, which, for example, the disproportionate needs and the poorest outcomes around poverty and rehospitalization and forced treatment are affecting the Black community the most in most areas. And so these are the commitments that needed to be made in order to address that. So leveraging people's power and privilege in order to address the most marginalized and oppressed communities, while also at the same time standing in solidarity instead of standing out against, or not out in front of. So, for example, it doesn't mean I'm suddenly leading the Black community. I'm stepping into support for the Black community. So today, and we have a protest this evening because a 9-year-old girl was pepper sprayed by cops here in the city over the weekend, and the video came out last night. And we're devastated that yet again, no matter what we think we can do, we're not training police to intervene in these situations around us with mental health. My parents never called 911 because they knew what would happen. And the unfortunate reality is that we don't have alternatives beyond 911 and mental health professionals. We need to have stronger peer-run models and lived experience models that support people in those situations. So, I mean, I guess I'm bringing that into CAST as an example of where the blind spot becomes the privilege, and the inability to examine that privilege of our own circumstances. So that's where I would start, and then from there, start putting people in positions that actually have a chance to make some decisions and elect people that are actually from marginalized communities. That was one of the first things we're doing too. We have, we're changing the elected public officials in our area, city, county, state, to represent us more effectively. And if you're thinking about it, or if you're wondering if public office is for you, please consider it. Maybe it wouldn't have been for you, before, but maybe it is now. Your experience. I mean, when Becca Balin, shared her personal experience like that, it's someone you can lean with and support now and engage. I mean, I'm so grateful to her for that. That was beautiful. It's the kind of courage we need.
Thank you. There's another question. Yep. So I'm going to read this one directly. There can often be very different opinions within a family or a care team around appropriate use of medications and therapies. What guidance would you give when these differences of opinion are being a barrier to a person getting helpful treatment?
Yeah, so I mean, the model I advocate for is supported or shared decision making. I mean, these are models that are recognized in the community, yet they don't get practiced often well enough, which is a chance for something. First of all, formalizing a team conversation. Who's the team that's talking, and how do we and at the end of the day, one of my friends and fellow advocates who's been a participant of the most recent programs supporting those of us with early psychosis experiences, he said shared decision making at the end of the day is just not making decisions without me and putting me in the driver's seat. And so if I can see the people around me as advisors and engage each other in a way that actually allows me to be advised with the best possible information, maybe they'll trust me and maybe I'll trust them. It doesn't mean I'm going to follow the same decisions that they want me to follow, but they will actually. My parents, for example, supported my self-determination and choices. I quit school when nobody wanted me to quit school. I didn't take medications when everybody wanted me to take medications. I made all the decisions that people really struggled with. But I was also, because of their continued support, able to do other things that were needed instead of feel like that was the all or nothing situation. So I think creating a way to be partners in the process while supporting people's self-determination and choice can happen. It takes trust in both directions, in all directions in that respect. And to have people be responsible for their role in the process. At the end of the day, the person whose process it is needs to be the one to make the decision, because that's engagement. If it's not mine, it's not going to stay with me. If engagement is not compliance, let's just kind of put that out there. Remember, it's not the same thing. If you think engagement means getting somebody to comply, it's not it. It needs to be about honoring and aligning with what matters most to that person. And if you do that, they'll do well. That's what we've learned. We have a long way to go to do that, though, right?
Well, here's this last one that came in the chat is a hard one. If you have children, what do you tell them about the possibility of them experiencing some of the things you lived through, given their genetics?
Yeah, well, first of all, yeah, I have a 12-year-old daughter. And one of the first things that, first of all, she doesn't like me talking about her a lot now these days. She's a teenager, so I'm gonna avoid talking about her, but I will talk about me. In terms of my experience, my wife and I, who are both in mental health and addiction recovery, we've both had experiences that are very informative in many ways. And my daughter has grown up around us being able to be disclosing as well as sharing with other recovery communities. She's met other people who are in these experiences. Now, as far as the genetic issue, a lot of times people misunderstand that as an actual causal factor when it's really at this point still from a science perspective, not a direct driver of experience. And that's something she's going to definitely experience. Is it part of her profile as a family member? Sure. But that's not something that necessarily drives her experience. I used to be overly concerned about that in some ways as well. And, made myself from a parent perspective quite anxious, where I needed to learn how to trust her, needed to learn how to listen, and have a role as a father that was to be the kind of father she would want to talk to. And at the end of the day, I know she's, going to talk to others and build trust with others much more than maybe with me. And I'm going to trust them too, and I know the stories that I've told and are all part of a resilience shield that I've helped her build. She's the stories that I can tell, that I tell myself, she's already heard those stories since she was 2-3 years old. So she can tell them as well as I can. So if you think about it that way, a woman named Shannon Crossbear from First Nations in Michigan told me about that. She said, just help them build the shield, because you're not going to be there for them the whole time. The resilience shield that they build comes through you and other people. And the more they do that, the better they'll be. And of course, you're going to learn from them too.
I love that concept of helping them build a resilience shield. That's new to me. Maybe it's not new to others, but thank you. There was another question here. Oh, okay. Can you speak a bit about your experience changing cultural assumptions and how they apply to your personal experience? I didn't read the whole question. Maybe I'll start at the beginning. Do you have any guidance with your depth of experience, personal and professional, for how to change the culture around treatment to include personal responses? In my experience, there's an underlying connection between white supremacy and the medical model that mainstream psychology has attached itself to. I believe that our stories can be so powerfully shake this mentality. Can you speak a bit about your experience changing cultural assumptions in the way by applying your personal experience?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's a great question. I did a whole presentation, believe it or not, me and a few other people who've experienced, what's known as, and described as early psychosis at the American Psychiatric Association's early psychosis conference just this year. And what the whole premise of the presentation and of the conference was about the intersection of race and racism in psychiatry, and the acknowledgement that for decades, psychiatry had been called to address and be accountable for not just the presence of racism in its own development. So if you think, so the actual emergence of the diagnosis of schizophrenia and the use of the naming of it, the naming of mental health, the naming of mental illness, the diagnostic statistical manual and the historical origins of it, and the changes that occurred from the populations that were diagnosed with psychotic disorders in the 20s to the 40s, and the role of epigenetics in that process, as well as moving forward with who was diagnosed and hospitalized in the 40s and the 50s to the 60s and the 70s. Dr. John Metzl wrote a book called Protest Psychosis, based on research that was happening that tried to claim that psychosis and these kinds of things were factors related to being Black, for example, right? And so these were, and even Samuel Cartwright, who was a doctor who created a diagnosis called drapetomia, that was the running away of slaves. That was a diagnosis, all right? That the treatments would be returning to slavery. I mean, these were the kinds of notions that drove some of what this person in their chat kind of question were inferring to, possibly. Then it doesn't go much later in the 50s and 60s and 70s to see that the direction of the focus of medications like Haldol and the advertisements of showing an angry Black man in the advertising itself, and then using language of get people under control, is what people saw as the way in which to publicly and in practice with with psychiatry help people see that it was the Black community that needed to be brought under control. I mean, so these intersections are not happenstance, they're not coincidental, they are co-conspirators in the process. Psychiatry and racism work together to create these outcomes, and we have to be accountable to that. And I'm grateful to say that I get to work with psychiatrists who recognize that. So I'm part of communities and research processes that actually examine that and are willing to unpack that. The organized psychiatry might take a while to be accountable to that, but without your voices, at the end of the day of changing the culture, we have to be part of the research conversation. We have to help people by hearing our stories and hearing our outrage at the even notion that there might be, somebody will say, hey, there's a certain biological determination in this process when there's not. So you have to be there to say, no, I'm sorry, there isn't. You have to show me that if that's something that you're going to try to make the case for. Until then, here's what we know. All right. And we know there's a wide heterogeneity of experience. We know that sense making of psychosis is so different for every person, and that the journeys of healing is different for every person. So let's honor that. Let's acknowledge that. I mean, we don't have to get attached to something that isn't working for us. Let's let go of that and move towards things that actually do. And I think if we do it in a way, again, that's assuming, the one assumption I will make is that people want the best for their community and their families, and that if we appeal to the pursuit of what works and what will work, we'll get there together. But don't be afraid to express yourself. I think that's kind of what I'm getting at, and I think there's more of us that are finally doing that to make it okay. So that's the first step. Second step is to be willing to let go. And from a policy leadership perspective, if you're one of the people in policy leadership, to be willing to say, you know what, I don't want to invest in stuff that's not working anymore. If it's creating an inequity, let's let go of it. Let's build something that is not doing that. Is that okay, Julie?
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think that's it's a pretty moving endpoint. We didn't get to all the questions. I think that people have learned a lot, and you sparked a lot of ideas and thoughts for all of us. Do you want to make any closing remarks?
Yeah, I think, the thing I'd like to say is that there's a lot of expertise right here in this room, and there's several hundred of you that are still here that are talking about this together. Trust yourselves. I mean, I think, be willing, trust that voice inside of you. I have voices that I hear today that I trust. Not all of them. And I started to mistrust the ones that were so sure of themselves, and that's was part of my process. I learned how to navigate those moments where there might be a truth emerging, might be a pattern emerging that's worth pursuing and learning from and leaning into. And if we do that with each other, we'll succeed. The reason that I'm so hopeful about all of this work that we're up for is because we are rivers, not statues. We can pull statues down. Rivers continue to grow. They take paths that are oftentimes unpredictable, yet at the same time, they're constantly moving. We are constantly growing. I'm not the same man I was yesterday, and I won't be tomorrow either. So we can do that together. And even when we crash, when it feels like a waterfall, all we're doing, instead of being that one droplet that feels so alone, we are actually the waterfall rejoining ourselves. We are just the river rejoining ourselves. It just feels like a crash, and it'll be a much better experience on the other side. So thank you so much. I hope that's helpful. It's an honor.
Yeah, thank you. Very inspirational.
Yeah.
Appreciate it very much.
Good luck with everything. Enjoy the Advocacy Day. Enjoy this opportunity.
We will, and we'll record this and share this with others. So
Oh,
thank you
good.
so much.
Thank you.
We are gonna break for lunch, but there'll be a slideshow during lunch. So if you're like the type of person who eats your cereal, looking at the cereal box, you can eat your lunch and look at the screen and have some opportunities to see some pictures from previous advocacy days and some information on different things. And then we'll come back and share our own stories. So thank you all so much. I look forward to seeing you again when we meet again at 12:30. I hope you enjoyed the morning.
Hello, everybody. We'll be starting up in a couple minutes if you all want to return back to your computers and your screens, and we'll get started soon. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back. We're so glad to have you back here to listen to the sharing of our stories. And I just wanted to say a few words about NAMI Vermont. NAMI Vermont is a grassroots volunteer organization, and all of our programs that we have are free. So we are really looking for volunteers like you folks who want to help advocate, who want to help with our programs. We're going to be having an In Our Own Voice training coming up very soon. And In Our Own Voice is an opportunity for us to go in and speak to different people, whether it be at schools, hospitals, police stations, inpatient psychiatric units, at designated agencies, where two people in recovery share their story. And as we've seen from earlier today, it's just remarkable how sharing our story can have such an impact. Chacku left us with such an inspiring keynote presentation, and all of our welcome addresses were so very heartfelt, and people want to do the best for Vermont. So we're going to be hearing from powerful stories that may bring up strong emotions for people, and it can be difficult to listen to. But our goal is to educate everyone here today about the gaps and the strengths in the mental health system of care. And we hope that these stories inspire action from advocates, legislators, providers, and others to help improve the system of care and to provide choices within treatment, since no two people are the same. We're going to be going through a number of speakers today who are going to share in person with you. And we also have compiled some pre-recorded videos that people have gave to us since they couldn't be here today. And if we do have an opportunity later on, we're hoping to open it up so that other people can share their story if we have enough time to do so. And so with that, what I would like to do is have all the speakers please mute their videos and or turn off their videos and stay muted. And I'm going to be calling people by name who will appear, and they'll share their story with you. And this is their story. It's coming from the heart. And people want to change things that may not be working the right way, or they might want to share with you what had worked for them in their recovery process. So with that, I would like to introduce our first speaker today, and her name is Robin. And Robin, if you could come on and just share your video. Hi, Robin. I'm just going to turn it over to you so you can share your story, and we'll come back on afterwards.
Okay, great. First off, thank you for this incredible day. You guys are doing a fantastic job. I know it's hard on Zoom. So it was like in 2018, I was sitting in a really important board meeting after work for an organization here in Burlington when I got a call from my wife, and I kind of did that thing that a lot of people probably do, which is I hit decline because I didn't want to be interrupted in this meeting. But pretty quickly, she called me back within seconds, and I knew right away that something was going on. And when I picked up the phone, her voice was like really low and a little shaky, and she said, "The police have our daughter, and you need to go pick up our other two kids. I'm going to go home." My daughter was then 6 years old. I had no idea what had happened, but I think really leading up to that moment, my wife and I had spent years advocating for our daughter and for our family. We're an adoptive family. We've adopted all three of our children from DCF, and we adopted our daughter at a very young age. She was 3 months old, and we pretty quickly noticed that developmentally there were things that just weren't as typical, and other people were noticing it as well, sort of, across the board. And as she was getting older, it was becoming more and more difficult to know what to do and how to support her. Typical parenting wasn't really working, and we just knew that we needed help. And some of her behaviors and things that were happening was just happening everywhere. It was happening in the community. It was happening in her childcare setting. It was happening on visits to family and friends' houses. It was happening at our home. And I guess what I'm trying to say is a lot of people were bearing witness to what was going on with her. And through our advocacy, we had a lot of people in our lives. We had early childhood mental health clinicians, we had psychiatrists, we had people from different departments of different programs as directors. And it just felt like everybody was sort of watching her and us sort of slowly unravel. And we were just constantly almost denied support. We were told things like, you don't qualify for this program, or she doesn't qualify for this program because it's behavioral. She needs more of a developmental delay. This program would be really good, but we have 7 staff vacancies that we've been trying to fill for 6 months. So that's not going to be accessible for her for a year. We were told you should probably see this psychiatrist who works with these families who would be fantastic, but there's a year waiting list. We don't work with families in their homes. So no, we can't help you figure out how to be better parents. I mean, it was a lot of things, a list that I could just go on and on about that was very difficult to hear. And at that point, I was spending literally 25 hours a week just on advocacy for my daughter. I literally tracked it in my Outlook calendar just for my daughter's mental health need, never mind sort of the typical things that families have to do. with 3 kids. And I think to add insult to injury, it felt like we were just constantly being assessed or constantly being case managed. And I understand from a systems level why case management and assessment is important, but what we needed was actual services and support. And my daughter needed treatment. And we knew that, and we had been pushing for it for so long. And we weren't getting it. We weren't getting anywhere. So I think the thing that really still to this day strikes me about what happened to her with the police in 2018 was that she had to be in a mental health crisis in our neighborhood in front of all of our neighbors outside watching her, chased by 7 police officers who were in military gear with tasers drawn, trying to decide if they were going to tase her. Her mental health worker had been sent away. Her parents weren't there because we weren't home. We knew that she was going to be with a mental health worker who was assessing her for a program. She had to go through all of that for all of a sudden we got everything we needed. It was like, boom, within weeks, she was in the treatment that she needed, that we had been advocating for beforehand. And our family was getting additional supports. And it still makes me shake inside. I mean, even talking right now about how that moment really could have been prevented and never should have happened. So fast forward to today, I mean, she's really thriving. She's doing very well. She's a model student. She's successful academically and socially. It's amazing. She went from a child who spent 85% of her time out of school to now just like running to school. She's so thrilled to be there. And things at home are so much better. I'm not going to say that they're easy, but we're a strong family, and we're always going to be a rock for her and our children. But one thing is that I just don't ever want to see that happen to another kid again. And all of the stigma and the shame and everything that has been attached to that moment, which is why I'm working with other parents here in Burlington and organizations to really push for what is a national model in response to crisis. It's non-police, trauma-informed model. It's called Cahoots out of Eugene, Oregon. And we formed a group called Mental Health First for BTV so that we can focus on improved response to mental health crisis in our community, but also to call for more investment in both crisis response and prevention, because we need both. Those two things shouldn't be pitted against each other. So that's our story.
Thank you so much, Robin. You're doing some very important work, and I know you could probably share a link with everybody about a webinar you have coming up about the Cahoots program so that people can learn about that. So feel free to share that in chat. And we do need to look at how do we help with crisis intervention before it gets to that point so that services are there for people. Our next story will be coming from Dan Toll. I do want to remind people too that, you know, if this conversation is very triggering for you, Julie had put in chat a number you can call, which are the crisis numbers for each of the designated agencies. And that's what we really recommend people do as a first step with a crisis, is to call the crisis lines at your local designated agency and talk with somebody there to get those services before you have to get to a point of police intervention, which should be a very last resort for anything. But with that, Dan, thank you so much for being here. And we'd like to hear your story.
Sure. Thank you, Lori. Well, first of all, I want to thank you, Lori and Julie and Peter, for doing a wonderful job of organizing this year's virtual Mental Health Advocacy Day. My story today, I'm going to pick up a thread started by Julie Tesler and continued by our keynotes, so very well by our keynote speaker, Chacku, which is the importance and impact of peer support and mental health advocacy on my life. I was diagnosed with a major mood condition 25 years ago. For the first 20 years, I used medication and talk therapy. I improved, but very inconsistently. During the last 5 years since moving to Vermont, however, I was exposed to and began to use alternative therapies, including more holistic approaches such as yoga, mindfulness, nutrition, herbals, etc. Using all the new tools in my wellness toolbook has made the last 3 years the most stable years for me for many, many years. So turning to the focus of my story, I believe one of the major reasons for my good life, my new normal, has been my efforts as a peer support worker. So what is a peer support worker? As many of you know, many of you are, I'm sure, I know, are peer support workers yourselves. Peer support providers are people with a personal experience with mental health, substance use, or trauma conditions who receive specialized training and supervision to guide and support others who are experiencing similar issues toward increased wellness in a spirit of mutuality and compassion. In general, a peer supporter is an individual who's made a personal commitment to his or her sustained wellness and recovery and is willing to share what he health and peer support advocate. The first path, my frontline work helping others with mental health conditions, has been as a peer support operator for Pathways Vermont Support Line, which is a warm line available for all Vermonters to call 24/7 for non-judgmental, confidential listening ear. And I put the toll-free number in chat for your reference. And then secondly, as a volunteer facilitator of peer support groups for NAMI Vermont, which offers groups across the state, which are currently online, for peers to connect, heal, and grow together. And again, I put the link for that in chat. So listening, sharing, helping others open up and be vulnerable, and learning from others' life experience. All these, as a peer support worker, have lifted me, have given me profound insights into my own choices, challenges, and successes. My second path as a volunteer mental health and peer support advocate has been all about channeling my own mental health experiences along with those of others across Vermont to influence change and to help improve lives of my peers and their families. For me, one of the most rewarding advocate roles that I have undertaken is as a member of the Adult State Program Standing Committee under the Department of Mental Health. We advise the Department of Mental Health. We provide a key oversight role of state entities that deliver mental health, substance use, and developmental disability services, most notably the designated agencies. On the State Program Standing Committee, working collaboratively as a change agent with others like me, I've developed a sense of purpose that I found highly therapeutic and have been rewarded by witnessing the Vermont mental health care system move, albeit slowly, in healthy and positive directions. So in conclusion, first, I would encourage you fellow peers and you family members to consider entering the peer support and family support workforce and volunteer ranks and stepping in and also stepping into advocacy roles. The experience you'll find is priceless. And secondly, I would encourage mental health policymakers and leaders to increase funding for and work on expanding the healing, the enlightening, and the enriching services delivered by us, the peers. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Dan, and sharing all those great resources. You know, I've heard from so many other volunteers too from NAMI Vermont saying that volunteering and doing this work has really helped in their recovery. You know, it really helps people to maintain their wellness, knowing that they're making a difference and helping other people with peer support.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And not everybody's in a place in their journey, in their recovery, to step forward in these types of roles. But for
That's
those
right.
that are, it's life-changing in a very, very positive way.
Absolutely. And you know that you just take small steps like you've done, and you've come such a long way, Dan. Thank you so much for your story.
Thanks, Laurie.
Our next story will be from Susan. Susan, if you could come on and turn your video on, and we'd like to hear about your story that you have to share. Hi, Susan. Can you unmute yourself? There you go. Okay, it's all yours.
Thank you. I'm not in such a positive place right now, but I have learned through the past 2 weeks that as a parent of now an adult with mental illness, that boundaries are really, really important. And I appreciate all the support lines that I've just listened to, because I've felt pretty lost the last couple of weeks with the latest kind of breakdown and psychosis in my son. And I realized that I tend to want to help him, of course, but I do so in a way that makes my life just kind of out of control as well. And it took this trauma of this latest event to show me that I absolutely needed boundaries for myself. And I'm glad that I reached out to NAMI. And I don't think we're out of the woods yet. And I hope that my son would come to some understanding that would lead him on a path to more recovery. Thanks.
Thank you, Susan. Everybody is at a different place in their recovery, and it takes time. But you know, the good news is there is hope, there is recovery, and that's what we keep trying to seek.
Yeah.
So thank you so much. So we do have another person who's going to share their story, Marla. And Marla is by audio only. So I'm hoping that we can get her unmuted, and she'll be able to share her story. So Marla, are you there? I'll try to get you unmuted. Are we having any luck with that?
I think we might have lost Marla right now.
Oh, okay. All right, why don't we, we'll try again. And why don't we go to John? Hi, John. Welcome.
All right, there we are.
Yes, why don't you take it away?
I welcome it, thank you. My story will be maybe a little further down the slide even than Susan's. My name is John Gordon, live in Fairfield, Vermont, And for the past 12 years, since 2008, my family has been struggling to deal with a daughter-in-law who suffers from some severe mental health issues. The last 12 years have involved dozens of times when we thought we were maybe on the road to recovery and would see the light of day, only to have another severe psychotic break. The last 12 years have included dozens of calls to 911, dozens of visits to the emergency room. She has been inpatient at every mental health facility available within about a 300-mile radius, including the University of Vermont Medical Center, Rutland Regional Medical Center, Brattleboro Retreat numerous times, the Vermont State Hospital, Albany Regional Medical Center in Albany, New York, and several recovery areas. And every time she has gone into a recovery facility, she typically hasn't stayed very long. In many cases, she would want to go in when she's gone to the emergency room and there hasn't been a bed for her. Other times when there finally was a bed, she would go into the facility and would stay oftentimes only a few days and come out of the facility. And when she would come out of the facility, there was no plan of follow-on care or anything. She simply was just dumped back on our family. And for 8 years, we were able to just keep going and keep trying and keep working and endure whatever we had to endure. But 4 years ago, they had a daughter. So there's now a 4-year-old daughter, 4-year-old granddaughter. And especially over the last about 2 years or so, the situation has gotten worse and worse. She has gotten more and more unpredictable, more and more volatile. And when she does have a psychotic break, she gets more and more violent. And as a result, the last incident, which occurred in November, there were criminal charges. She spent 2 months in the Vermont State Hospital in Berlin. And my son, after discussion with the Department of Children and Families, was basically had to choose. We as a family had to choose between his daughter or granddaughter and her, because the toxic environment that she created was just unacceptable to keep our granddaughter in. And so he has had to file for separation and submit an RFA to give our granddaughter protection against her. And as far as we know right now, she came out of the hospital. She's, as far as you know, she's on the street in Burlington. We have no idea who's taking care of her. We know that she's probably not taking her medication because she frequently doesn't do that. She's not participating in any care. She's probably being human trafficked or being exploited to support a drug habit. And there's nothing that we can do about it. Absolutely nothing that we can do about it. No matter everything that we have done for the last 12 years has just not worked. She frequently doesn't take her medication, refuses to participate in treatment, and so nothing has worked.
I'm so sorry to hear how she's struggling today. What do you think could help? What do you think could have been different?
Well, I think so a couple of things. Number one of the successful parts that we have is in St. Albans, the Vermont State Police in St. Albans have NCSS crisis workers embedded with the state police. Mm-hmm. And whenever there's a call that involves a mental health crisis, they bring the health crisis worker with them. And in several cases, that was instrumental in the police being able to resolve the situation with her without either the police or our family, facing harm. So they were able to successfully de-escalate the situation and take care of the situation. That was very good.
That's great.
Right now, DCF and NCSS are reaching out to her. DCF is trying to hold the carrot to her that if she will get herself into recovery and start participating, that they would start setting up communication, initially a Zoom teleconference with her daughter. She is our granddaughter. Her daughter has not spoken to her since the incident in November. So they're hoping that they can use that as a carrot to get her into treatment. But she has continuously, over the 12 years, she has continuously sort of refused to participate in treatment and frequently doesn't take her medication, which makes it very, very difficult for the mental health system to deal with her, which also made it very difficult for us to deal with her.
Yeah.
And we're not sure anything that can be done about it. But,
well, thank you, John. It was really good to hear that the crisis workers that are embedded within the barracks or the police station, that's working. That is really good news to hear, because they, there are plans to have mental health clinicians or social workers within all the other state police barracks to be able to help with people in crisis throughout the state.
yeah, I know.
We really like to see some peer support workers as well, helping with that process too.
Yes, the St. Albans Police Barracks, I believe, was kind of like the pilot project for that. And I've spoken, every police officer in the St. Albans Barracks knows how to get to our house and our son's house, which is just up the road. The police cars can get there on autopilot. They've been there so many times.
Yeah.
We've talked to many of them, and they all, to a person, all of the police officers, all the state troopers in the St. Albans Barracks will say it has made a huge difference in their ability to do their job. Particularly when they're involved with people with mental health issues. So it has been very positive.
Thank you so much for sharing your story. We really appreciate it. We're going to move on to the next speaker. I believe that Marla is available now. Can you hear us, Marla? Or can we hear you? I guess that's the question.
Lori, can you hear me?
Yes. You're echoing a little bit. I'll mute and hopefully that'll work.
Okay, let me take the other phone into the other room. Hold on. Sorry for the tech trouble. Can you still hear me?
Good, Marla.
Okay, good. I'm Marla. This is my story. Marla, psychic medium, evacuated when Hurricane Irene destroyed the Vermont State Hospital. Vermonter, world traveler, forcibly drugged, seclusion, restraint, scholarship queen, model, overweight, formerly bulimic, addict, alcoholic, recovery, support groups, actress, comedian, director, film work, mental health, survivor of domestic violence, stalking, date rape, homelessness, advocate, activist, actionist, leader, suicide survivor, body image issues, divorced, shy, isolated, but in a loving relationship, loving a chef, world travel, sick, tired, and sleeping, having insomnia, suffering panic attacks, the working poor, broke, insured, a million chances to get well, grief, loss, death, lost friends, new friends, old friends, psychiatric hospitals, and trauma, manic depression, alternate realities, painter, sadly estranged from my father and foster family, music, stand-up comedy, intentional peer support, public speaker, chairperson, co-chair, winner, overachiever, underachiever, politically active, a friend of the earth, a friend to animals, major success, tragic, ruin, hope, sobriety, former smoker, glad non-smoker, writer, Vermont support line operator, speaking bits of 7 languages, reader, pet therapy, service cat, rescued, God, prayer, faith, reincarnation. What do all of these things have to do with me? All of them, everything. I truly believe it's not what's wrong with me, it's what's happened to me. So I think and feel the words on the Statue of Liberty. Give us your poor, your tired, and huddled masses, yearning to be free. With the help of Vermont, Pathways Vermont, the Clara Martin Center, today I am free, sober, alive, thriving. I have survived 100% of everything thus far. Knock on wood. Finally, as Robert Frost said, I took the road less traveled, and that has made all the difference. Thank you to DMH, Lori, and all of today's organizers and everybody for being here. Many blessings to you all. Stay safe, stay strong. Keep fighting for what you believe in. But also, come back to peace, love, and forgiveness. Thank you for being here once again. Go forth and be brave.
Very powerful, Marla. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'd like to go on to our next speaker today. I was wondering if Richard could come on now. Hi, Richard.
Hello, Laura. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thanks for being here today.
You're welcome.
And sharing your story. I'll let you take it away.
Well, I've spent many years in the hospital, in and out, and have many run-ins with the law because of suicidality. I've had really great interactions, and I've had interactions that could have been better. I had a suicide attempt in 2007. I remained at the hospital in UVA Medical Center for 4 months. I'm an interim voice speaker. I'm just really nervous right now. I've spoken to the legislature. I've spoken to the Department of Mental Health. I mean, all this is healing from my attempts, and I've been sober now for 13 and a half years. And I've had many surgeries for my jaw, about 60, and now this jaw has been in 7 years. I've been on a long journey, and thanks to NAMI, and thanks to Raw Mental Health, and thanks to Vermont Sport Line, which should be funded 24 hours a day continuously. Let's take the crisis in Rutland, the Rutland Mental Health. I'd like to thank Laura Emerson for being there for me. So it's been a long road. What I'd like to do is speak more frequently to officers of the law and share my experience. I have spoken at the Police Academy and told my story. but I'd like to speak to more police departments now virtually, and educate them in different ways of looking at mental health issues. Yeah, I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder in 2000, and I didn't know what that even was, but in my recovery now, I have a job as a peer support specialist, and I have been there almost 3 years, and I never thought I was going to be able to work again because of my disabilities, but that gave me a chance. And I really would like I said, to work with police departments around the state to better understand people that are suicidal. Also, my uncle and my son committed suicide, and I know now how my mother felt because she almost lost me. And on that, I'll, I've really talked about, I'd like to continue to talk to the Department of Mental Health and other agencies to give my story as if someone I could help. I'd like, if one person's help for my speech, I'd be happy to help them. I'm a certified recovery coach. I'm a suicide provider. I'm a suicide provider, and I'm a rap coordinator and Inner Own Voices. And all these are healing to me. Without a good support system for my mother and the hospitals I've been through and rural mental health has been a blessing. I've not had nothing bad to say. Um, I've had a lot of relationships. I'm doing a lot better now. COVID-19 has really affected me. And I was an extrovert and was frequently at restaurants having coffee and writing in my book. And now COVID-19 has taken that away. And it's been a long journey. It's really been depressing. So anyway, on that note, I'll turn it over to Laura.
Thank you, Richard. You know, you're doing so well in your recovery. And I remember when you first contacted me and you wanted to go out and share your story because you knew it was going to make a difference in somebody's life. And you're right there to be able to share your story with others. So thank you.
Thank you.
We'd like to go on to our next speaker, Amy. Hi, Amy.
Hello.
I'll turn it over to you so you can share your story.
Thank you. Hello. My name is Amy Collins. I live in Williston and I'm a member of NAMI, Vermont. My loved one was diagnosed with bipolar disorder at age 19. I want a world where if you and I are having a conversation and I tell you my loved one was diagnosed with cancer or bipolar, the response is the same. My loved one was a self-sufficient academic young adult who came home from college without finishing the semester. He slept about 22 hours each day. He was tested for mono, strep, and everything else the doctors could think of. All tests for infections were negative. We then started down the mental illness road. Once my loved one was connected with a talk therapist, a psychiatrist, and medication, his mood, attitude, and behavior became much better. After joining NAMI Vermont, our family situation has improved. We share more, spend more time together, and listen to each other. We listen to understand, not just to formulate our response. Vermonters need more resources to diagnose and treat people who live with a mental health condition, particularly those who do not have the resources or family support that my loved one has. I want to live in a Vermont where talking about mental illness and available treatments is as mainstream as talking about cancer. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Amy. We really appreciate you speaking here today. It's
You're
so
welcome.
important for us to have that parity.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Robert. And Robert, if you'd like to come on.
Hopefully you can hear
Hi,
me.
Robert. I'll turn it over to you.
Okay. Can you hear me then?
We can hear you.
Okay. So thank you for doing this, and thank you to everyone who has spoken so far. I have perhaps more of a observation or story. Pre-COVID, I was walking past a building and saw a woman lying on the steps. And I asked, "Do you need medical attention?" And she replied, "Don't call the police." She was released from the Brattleboro retreat to the overflow shelter, which had closed soon thereafter. An arrest, likely for theft of alcohol, resulted in a judge's order that she not consume alcohol, a condition one could argue impossible of performance. She had been rearrested for violating the condition. She said she was given names of programs for follow-up. I called the police social work liaison, who was not impressed by the discharge plan, presumably because it was merely to comply with discharge planning paperwork. After having spent an hour with her, she said she could only offer her a voluntary readmission to the retreat. In 2019 and in 2020, the state granted the Brattleboro retreat a fair amount of money. I think the total's around 20 million at this point, targeted to mental health services overseen by the Department of Mental Health. Afterwards, the retreat stopped providing an alcohol and drug program, transferring some services to a private for-profit entity. It also closed 2 other school programs. More recently, I learned that the retreat is planning another layoff. These service transfers have repercussions for the local communities. And the question is, where does the accountability lie? On a recent community safety committee, we looked at welfare checks by local police. And of 338 welfare checks made by the local police, 155 or 45% were seen to have been coded as for mental illness. There seems to be general agreement that it is inappropriate for the police to be involved in many of these calls. Yet there are few, if any, readily accessible alternatives. Who can bring the major stakeholders around the same table and get a commitment from them to come together and fund or apply for adequate grant opportunities to fund acceptable alternatives that are developed by and for the individuals who are most impacted? Who can convince those stakeholders that the services should not simply follow the dollar, but that services should work for the communities they serve? And if such programs are developed, they need to be adequately funded, adequately staffed, and do what they say they will do. And finally, I believe history should be remembered. In the 1960s, deinstitutionalization did away with admittedly destructive asylums and promised community mental health. Did those promises fully materialize? Thank you for allowing me to share.
Thank you so much, Robert. We really appreciate you sharing your perspective and your time with us today. Let's go on to our next speaker. Judy.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Can you share your video again? There we go. Hi, Judy. Take it
Hi.
away.
All right, thank you, everyone. I think you've all said
a lot of the things that I would like to say. So what I'll do is just present a little bit of my personal story that just to share, and thank you all for listening. So I live in Guilford, and I'm a member of NAMI. NAMI rep folks and equine therapy folks have all become sort of like family for me. And what brought me to this place? We are a mom. My husband and I have a daughter that we adopted from Russia. She's now 26, but I'll never forget being on the plane with this adorable little 2-year-old and just thinking, oh my gosh, it's going to be so much fun. Just, going to teach her how to ride horses, and we're going to do sports, and, it's just going to be reading books to her. It's all going to be so wonderful. And I just had no idea that things weren't going to follow what I imagined. I mean, we did all those things. She's was a high level figure skater, had the opportunity to train for the Olympics, but we encountered so many struggles. She's an amazing, amazing person. She's brilliant and has had to struggle with attachment disorder from the early adoption. The schools were overwhelmed, asked us to have multiple evaluations. She's had so many diagnoses and things to work with. And she has stuck with therapists and psychiatrists, but in high school, it all fell apart. And we had her in and out of the retreat. We were afraid to leave the house, and we almost lost her. She went straight from the ER that time to the retreat. And unfortunately, the retreat stays, as you all know, are never that long. And when she was to be released, this one particular time, we said, we know we can't keep her safe. And we were very frightened of losing this amazing girl. So we were very fortunate that we were given the opportunity for her voluntarily to become part of the Hilltop program, where she was able to go and stay for 2 years. This is a program run by HCRS, and they literally gave her life back. They made her come together with what she was dealing with. She became her own advocate. She became somebody that once again had pride in herself. She learned to cook. She learned to enjoy school again. It was just totally amazing. And we're so grateful that she had this opportunity. We tell other folks about it, and they're like, how can we do something like that? We need more programs like Hilltop, more residential programs, so our young adults don't have just a 5-day stay or a 7-day stay at the hospital and or just come home still overwhelmed. So I'm here to advocate for support for mental health programs like this. My daughter's now in college. She's almost has her psychology degree. She's going to be able to give back to the community. She's applying to graduate school so she can be a therapist, share her experiences with others, and give back to everyone else. So I would love all of our loved ones to be able to do something like that. So once again, I'd like NAMI and RAP and other things have helped us, and I'd like the continued support for those programs and more support for our mental health programs in the state. And I want to thank everyone for giving me the opportunity to talk today.
Thank you so much, Judy. We really appreciate you sharing your experiences and how residential programs work. Thanks a lot. We have a couple more people that can share their story, and then we'll be going on to the videos, but want to make sure that is Peter here?
Yes.
Hi, Peter.
Peter Zakruski, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you want to share your video, or would you just like to use audio today?
I can share my video too. It went off. Okay.
Okay,
Hi.
Peter, it's all yours.
Okay. My name is Peter Zakruski. I'm from Barre, Vermont. Lived here for about 25 years. I'm 67 years old. I've had mental illness for a long time. I started the first diagnosis was bipolar, and then schizoaffective. I'm doing pretty good. I was worried a lot when I was younger that there was something wrong with me. I worried a lot. I eventually sought out help with a counselor, psychotherapist, and then later on, I also saw a psychiatrist for medications. Recently I've been doing NAMI Zoom meetings, the support group and pathways support, calling pathways the support line. It's helped a lot. I used to walk dogs for the Humane Society. That helped. I like that a lot. That helped me. And then this year I've been outside a lot this summer and fall, hiking and fishing, and swimming and camping. All these things help me. And I've been walking every day for exercise. That helps. So I asked for support for the doctors and the psychotherapist and psychiatrist, and for NAMI and for pathways, and also like for people with have dual diagnoses with like alcohol and drugs and mental illness, support for them, and let's not like encourage people to drink alcohol in the and because I had a problem with alcohol when I was younger, and it was like there wasn't much discouragement for that. But I'm doing good now, and I'm also getting support from in other ways too, like church, and I find that supports me, and another group that I belong to. In contact with my friends and relatives, and just reaching out helps me. Keeping in contact, trying not to isolate, and I encourage everybody to do that. And also, I like that someone with mental illness that I learned today is in the state legislature, and it would be great if more people with mental illnesses get involved like that. And thank you for all the people that are involved, and for all that these organizations and people do. Okay, thank you.
Thanks so much, Peter. You know, it is so important that we share our life experiences, and that's what breaks down these barriers and stigma, is by coming forward and sharing our stories like you did today.
Thank you.
And you're using some great self-care strategies, something that we all need to do. It's very, very important.
Thank you.
But thank you so much for joining us today. I'm glad you were able to be here.
Thank you.
I just want to remind everybody, and you would see in chat, that Recovery Day is on February 17th, and that's hosted by VAMHAR and Recovery Vermont. So if you would like to attend that, please register. Now I'd like to welcome Carolyn to share her story. If you could turn on your video, Carolyn. There you are. We can see you from the eyes up. Like, if you can unmute yourself, we'd love to hear from you. There you go.
Technical. Okay, we always have technical glitches. Well, I am here to really encourage people who are going through mental health struggle, because I have myself. And recovery can be very, very hard. And yeah, you can learn a lot from recovery. And I think it's very important for those of us who have, I've been diagnosed with schizophrenia, in case you want to know. I have recovered, and I have been doing a lot of outreach with this COVID-19 without even being aware of it. It's strange because of the COVID-19, people are asking for help in the most unusual places that I never thought that I could be used. Like, I was involved with the Salvation Army kettle thing, and a first responder came over, and she had to talk about something issue she was going through in the mall. My Facebook, I've always been open to people venting if they needed to. Well, there was this one fellow who felt the video he was presenting on my Facebook helped him. Well, it got to the point that I don't know what happened. I don't know if the outcome was good or not. I hope he comes back, or I hope it wasn't a sad ending. And I understand people that go through these things, because I myself have gone through them. The suicidal thoughts and not being able to get support when you need it. And I can see what's happening now. It seems like the whole world is in a mental health crisis now. Everyone. You see the first responders, they sit there in the hallway, they cry because they can't do anything more. You try to get the doctors, they can't meet you in person. They have to do video conference because of safety. Or you have to go to ER and then go to ER, and you're in a COVID environment. And if you have a mental health issue, that could be a problem. I was going to ER, and the emergency setup they have, and because of the way my brain works, I saw that room, and the more I stayed in that room, the more these things were doing these things to me because of my mind. I was trying to cope with this. I felt trapped in this room. I saw the room. It was white. I couldn't help it. It had these black things. I understand this stuff because I'm in emergency management things. I work with disaster. I felt trapped. I saw the red zipper. That was a lifesaver. But then the zipper, you see what's going on with somebody with a mental health crisis. And I talked to the nurse there and I explained, if somebody was really in a mental health crisis, that could have been a real disaster for everybody there. I said, it's something that maybe we need to be aware of. Because when people aren't thinking right, they could really get into a problem with that. So I would become aware of things and how color and things can affect people in emergency situations. This COVID thing has taught me a lot. And I have recovered, but I've also been a victim of crime. And I've had to learn to deal with that as well. And I have to learn to deal and try to educate people to understand that I can play a role and I can help in disaster settings. To break down barriers can be a challenge to all. And we're all in this together. And I, I want you to know that no one's alone. And we need to understand mental illness is not permanent for all, but some we have to struggle all our lives. So be encouraged and remember, peers are important and they can play a crucial role in times of needs, and especially at this time. And those that are trying to recover, don't be afraid to reach out to those around you. And if you can, in any way, support family members. This is important. To know you can talk to somebody, such as people that are in NAMI. This is important. If you know you can call somebody, that's important. Don't be afraid to use the resources around. And remember, you can be part of the help as well. You don't have to have a license. You don't have to be a professional. You don't have to be anybody special. You just have to be a caring, understanding, patient, and kind person. Not everyone can do everything. So please remember, we are together as a team. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carolyn. It's always so nice to hear your wise words. I think a lot of people have missed you. You got a lot of chat messages you got to catch up with. So thanks so much for being here, Carolyn. We appreciate it.
Well, I'm going to come back, but I just right
Okay,
now
I'm
I got
glad you
something
got
to
up to talk to
okay.
us.
And thank you for listening. And I certainly want to support. No.
Absolutely, and we appreciate you too. So what we would like to do now is share some of the pre-recorded messages that people left for us who couldn't be here today, and more inspiring messages from everybody. So please stay with us as we watch those, and we'll give some final comments and remarks, and so please stick around.
Thank you,
Nick, are you
Lori.
able? Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
Did
fine.
I miss somebody?
No, I was saying I'm queuing up the videos now.
Excellent.
There are several videos from participants who weren't able to join us today, and then the videos wrap up with a special message from NAMI Vermont, so stay tuned.
I wanted to start giving out, start working with people who had mental illness, and NAMI Vermont was the place that I found. The Inner Own Voice program is a program where people from NAMI go around to police stations, to schools, to med schools, other places like that, and share their story of people who live with mental illness. And we talk about our dark days, we talk about our acceptance, our treatment, our coping skills, and our successes, hopes, and dreams. And for me, it's really good therapy just going out and talking to people and telling my story. But we're also educating the public on how to deal with the stigma of mental illness, putting a face to mental illness, and really teaching people what they can do when they're interacting with people with mental illness. So for me, being involved with NAMI Vermont, traveling around the state and doing that has changed my life. So I could not see my life without NAMI Vermont. It will be a part of me for as long as I can be a part of it.
My name is Tamara Basir, and I am a family member and NAMI advocate who resides in Manchester, Vermont. I am sharing my story with you in the hope that you will keep families struggling with mental illness in mind when making decisions about gun laws, funding for mental illness, and to help remove the stigma of suicide and mental illness. 20 years ago, my father took his own life with my brother's .22 gauge rifle. After 51 years of struggling with bipolar depression, with plans to be admitted to an inpatient facility that afternoon, my father took a gun from our gun cabinet while my brother was taking a shower. If those lethal means had been removed, my father may have received the care he needed that day. Up to 80% of people considering suicide give some sign of their intentions. Waiting period laws, which create a buffer between the time of gun purchase and gun acquisition, can help to prevent impulsive acts of gun violence. This is a photo of my father and daughter right after she was born 21 years ago. The trauma from losing someone to suicide is something you carry in your body and mind. You learn to live with it, but it changes you from the inside out. In Vermont, nearly 88% of gun deaths are suicides. The annual cost of gun violence in Vermont is $370 million. I can personally attest to the fact that exposure to gun violence, not to mention untreated mental illness in a parent, can cause lasting trauma, leading to PTSD, chronic stress, and trauma that is passed on to the next generation.
My name is Michelle Warren, and I lost my only child, Wesley, to suicide October 20th, 2017. Wesley had just turned 25. We were a very normal family, incredibly close, supportive, and loving. Honestly, if this can happen to my family, it can happen to anyone. Wesley's suicide just didn't shatter our lives, our friends' lives. Our community mourned with us. He was a good student athlete on the soccer and baseball teams throughout the years, was even on the National Honor Society. Wesley continued to college, was the top in his class for audio engineering at Hudson University in Maine. When we were unable to find a job in his field, though, his world started spiraling downward, followed by a 6-year relationship breakup. He eventually moved out of the state for work, and thus wasn't able to stay on my insurance. After another devastating breakup, he had a breakdown, and we moved Wesley back home. He wasn't able to sleep. His eyes darted back and forth for hours, and he grimaced from the pain. Getting help, getting a therapist, getting a doctor, starting medicine without insurance was almost impossible. Wesley had refused to go to the emergency room, which was recommended by mental health. If there was a suicide crisis center like many states have, I would have simply taken him there. Honestly, I don't think taking him to the emergency room was the answer. With a $25,000 college debt, he knew just a few days in the hospital would be over $10,000. And even though we offered to pay it somehow, he didn't want to be a burden. After begging doctors and clinics for weeks, we finally found a doctor an hour away. We tried 2 different depression and anxiety medicines, and both made him more suicidal. We had tried desperately to watch him 24/7 for 6 weeks. We were able to stop him the first 2 attempts. The 3rd time he succeeded in finding a way out of his pain. And sadly, in his depressed state, I know he felt it was his only choice. He had no hope. We had called suicide hotline after the first attempt, and quickly realized it was for those just in the moment, if they were having second thoughts, not to help someone desperately to be out of their pain. We didn't try calling again. At the time, we did the best with what we knew. Looking back, I wish I had done some things differently. I wish I had known the questions to ask a therapist, or better ways to be able to communicate with them. When you admit a crisis like this, it's very difficult to get hold of helpful resources. I've learned that treatment is complicated, it takes time, and honestly, it doesn't help everybody. After explaining to others how difficult it was to get help for Wesley, a few community members suggested starting a mental health resource group in our small town of Craftsbury. As a mother that lost her child to suicide, I didn't want to hide behind in the shame of suicide. I wanted to warn people about it, let them know the signs and steps they could do to make things better. The more I talked about it, the more I realized that suicide and mental illness has touched so many of our lives. Our Craftsbury Mental Health Resource Group first met in January 2018. In just a few years, we made amazing strides, held suicide prevention seminars, had a presence at local events, made a website, nevtsuicide.com, made a resource booklet for the Northeast Kingdom, and so much more. As far as I know, our grassroots Craftsbury Mental Health Resource Group is the only one like it in the state. At first I thought, how sad. How can we be the only community in our state that cares enough to organize a group for mental health? Then I realized our town could lead the way for caring about mental health on a community level, and we can encourage other towns to follow our lead. We all can make a difference, one community at a time.
Hello, my name is Sarah, and I live in Burlington, and I'm a member of NAMI Vermont, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. I have also, I've been a nurse for 13 years, and I'm a nurse practitioner student, and I'm here today to share my story with you. So just this past year, I lost a friend. He died from his mental illness. After a long time of suffering, he killed himself. I also live with treatment-resistant depression, and complex post-traumatic stress disorder. And I'm here today to ask you to please support laws that work towards ending the stigma and working towards mental health parity. It will save lives, and it will help people like me work towards remission and continue to give back to our community. Thank you for listening.
Hello, my name is Neela, and I'm a psychologist practicing in private practice in the northern part of the state. And I thank you for taking a minute to let me share my story about love in a time of COVID. My mom was diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease about 10 years ago. And over the past couple of years, the Alzheimer's has really progressed to the point where she no longer remembers who I am or who my three brothers are. And yet, always there's sort of a piece of her spirit that recognizes us. She has been living in a nursing home about 10 minutes from my home. And for the past couple of years, it's been wonderful because almost every day I can go over and visit. On Sundays, I can pick her up and take her to church and take her back to my home for dinner. She's been able to spend holidays with us, and I've been able to take her to every doctor's appointment and be really a part of her care. And I've been really grateful for this opportunity. But when COVID began, the nursing homes, of course, shut nursing homes down. They had to. We all know that one of the places where COVID is transmitted quickest is in a nursing home, where people are at their most vulnerable. And so this very responsible nursing home stopped visits. And I started to see such terrible decline in my mother, not through any fault of the nursing home or the staff, but simply because she was now completely isolated. She was in her room most of the time. She wasn't able to go to dinner or to engage in activities. And she began to be more medicated in the past because of increased anxiety. I brought an iPad over to the nursing home because I couldn't visit in person, and I would FaceTime my mom every day. And it began to be so brutally sad. She would try to reach out and touch the screen and say, I want to touch you. I want to hold your hand. I want to kiss you. I miss you. And then she would drop the iPad. I told my husband that I thought my mom was dying of loneliness. And we made a decision to take her out of the nursing home with the approval of her doctor and with the approval of the social worker at the nursing home she was residing in and the director of the nursing home. We found a house near my own home and set up full-time care because my mom required care with every aspect of life at this stage. I was on the caregiver list about 30 hours a week, and then I hired 4 wonderful women who provided care in my absence. And for 3 months, it was nearly perfect. I saw her every day. I could still continue to bring her to church on Sundays. I could still have holidays with her in my home, even despite COVID, because we were following all the rules, and a person living alone can be part of another family for special holidays. However, one of my mother's caregivers got sick, and I took over for her. And then about a week later, I began to develop cold symptoms, called in to work, asked for a COVID test to be safe for the sake of my mom. And while I was waiting for my COVID test to come back, learned that my mom's caregiver had tested positive for COVID 5 days before. My mom contracted the virus. I contracted the virus. And then we were faced with a terrible conundrum. There was no one able to take care of my mom. We had to get the 2 caregivers out who were not sick, and we had to make a decision about how to proceed. And so I asked the doctors if I could quarantine with my mom. The other caregiver who tested positive asked if she too could quarantine with us because she didn't want to get her son and his fiance sick, and she lived with her son and his fiance. And so began a 21-day quarantine where 3 people who tested positive for COVID took care of one another. The caregiver and I divided up hours. I stayed awake till 2 a.m. while she slept from 8 p.m. to 2 a.m. Then she stayed awake from 2 a.m. to 8 a.m. when I slept. I wouldn't recommend it as the very best way to get over COVID quickly, but because we really didn't have a choice, and because we elected to try to care for one another together, we all survived, including my mom. Now, I can't say that it was without cost. Prior to COVID, my mom was able to stand for short periods of time and to take a few steps. She is now completely bedridden. And I can't say that it was without intellectual cost, because the COVID certainly caused her Alzheimer's to decline. But what I can tell you is that when she looks at me and says, "Hello, darling, would you hold my hand? Would you hug me?" that I'm really grateful to be able to hold her hand and to hug her. During COVID, my prayers changed radically. I stopped asking God for what I wanted and started asking, "Please help my mom, and please help me to help." And so I'm going to address all of you the same way I addressed my God. Please help me. Please help me to help. And let us help one another by continuing to care. We can't allow COVID to co-opt our capacity to care. And caring means masking and social distancing and continuing to love. It is notable that although I was highly contagious during the time frame that I did not know I had COVID, and I saw 15 clients in my office, that because I was masked and they were masked and 10 feet apart, and we observed all of the rules about hand washing, none of my clients got COVID. And so caring means following the rules, but it also means not failing to love. Thank you so much.
Hi, everybody. My name is Loriana Capone. Thank you for hearing my story today. I am a support coordinator for Postpartum Support International. So my role is primarily connecting perinatal families with mental health services and being a warm hand, sometimes pinching and providing social support. Mental health services are scarce and someone can't get in with a therapist or maybe isn't ready for treatment. And I'm here to share that I have had an especially hard time finding therapists with openings for families experiencing mental health complications, which are the #1 complication of childbirth. And I wanted to just share that new parents are not okay during this pandemic, and specifically maternal mental health is suffering right now due to the lack of social support available in communities, the isolation new parents are experiencing. Isolation has always been a risk factor for maternal mental health, and it is especially more of one now. Depression and anxiety affected me personally in my second postpartum experience due to a lack of social support. And there's an increased risk for delays, cognitive and emotional delays in children whose parents are depressed and anxious. So I wanted to point this out, and there are a few bills coming that I think would be helpful in this situation. The first is the H-107 paid family leave bill. So I would love to encourage legislators to support this legislation. Paid family leave, of course, is something that this United States is dreadfully behind the rest of the world in recognizing that all families deserve and need that time to bond and care for their babies and also recover from childbirth, which is a huge physical feat and means there's a lot of rest needed to really make a strong recovery, and people's mental health is definitely affected with that. And the second piece of legislation I'd like to ask your support for today is the H542, high quality affordable childcare. In the absence of healthy social support in our communities, despite everything that organizations like Good Beginnings are doing to try to build a social support system, many families still go without adequate social support across the state, especially during COVID. And we're seeing very high rates of minimal social support for families at this time. So childcare is a form of social support. It's a way that the community cares for its most vulnerable families, families with infants and very young children. Families do need access to good social support. Parents need a break from their children sometimes. And in the absence of being able to see grandparents or friends at this time, childcare is really the primary source of of social support that families may be able to have access to if it was affordable and good quality. So those are my 2 requests. Thank you for listening, and please stay safe and well.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alex, and I was diagnosed with major depressive disorder 5 years ago and went to a dual diagnosis program in an inpatient facility. Since then, I've recovered extremely well. I'm thriving in life, in large part due to electroconvulsive therapy. That was the beginning of my recovery because it sparked my brain, it reset my brain, and allowed me to sleep. During my mental health crisis a little over 5 years ago, I couldn't sleep, and that was the bedrock of my suicidal ideation, and what then led to worse and worse suffering, among other things. But ECT was really the first thing that saved my life. And afterwards, I completed cognitive behavioral therapy in an outpatient program. And I'm now a certified mindfulness coach. Mental health recovery takes a community, it takes a family, and it also takes effort. And one ask, though, that I have for Mental Health Advocacy Day is to really destigmatize electroconvulsive therapy. It is one of the most effective treatments for acute major depressive disorder and treatment-resistant major depressive disorder. There's a lot of fear out there about memory loss and one flew over the cuckoo's nest, Hollywood, misleading information. I recognize some people have been forced into ECT, and this is not how it's currently done. There have been major advancements. My major ask, look up the science, make ECT part of the conversation. It saved my life, and spread the word. Let's destigmatize electroconvulsive therapy as a treatment for acute mental health crises and treatment-resistant depression. Much love, everyone. Have a great Advocacy Day.
One in 5 Vermonters experience a mental health condition each year. If you need help, the National Alliance on Mental Illness of Vermont is here for you. Our nonprofit organization offers free support groups and programs to educate and encourage those in need of care.
NAMI Vermont gave me the support that I needed to change my life. I don't know where I would be without that hope.
For more information on our free programs, go to our website at namivt.org.
Wow, powerful, powerful stories today. I am just inspired and amazed at the willingness that people have put their personal lives out there and let us into their lives to hear their experiences. So thank you so much for your resilience. And there is hope, there is recovery. And with that, we are finishing up the day, and I would like to call back both Julie and Peter for some closing remarks. And we're so glad that all of you were able to join us today. I thought it was just a tremendous day of sharing and learning and networking through chat. It's amazing how many chats we have. So we hope to save all of that information and can share it with everybody as well. I do want to mention that we have an evaluation link, and an evaluation will also pop up in your browser when you do close. So thank you so much for joining. And Peter and Julie, if you'd like to say some closing remarks.
I want to thank everyone for your participation today. I think it's been a wonderful learning experience, learn from each other's experience, hear from our keynote. It's really wonderful to have so many state leaders who want to address mental health, and those of us who are interested in it. Before we close, this is Mental Health Advocacy Day. We're not in the State House, but there's a lot of virtual advocacy going on. And on February 8th, there will be budget hearings. And if you go to the legislative website, you can find that. I also put the link in the chat somewhere, I think. So you can take a few minutes and advocate at the public hearings. You can also contact your legislators directly and let them know where you think the investments should be made. We've surveyed our the designated mental health agencies, designated specialized service agencies, and we know that just in the last quarter of the year, from October to December, we had over 5,000 crisis calls. People are requesting services at rates where we've not seen before. Many thousands of Vermonters are coming to our doors for outpatient mental health services and substance use services. Our resources haven't grown, and in the age of COVID, we need the investment. Some of the leaders spoke about that investment, but we also really need it in our community mental health system. So I urge you to raise your voice, be inspired from your experience and the experience of others, and advocate where you can. You can make a difference. And I'm here to support you. And Lori and Peter are here to support you too. So reach out to us if you have any questions about how you can best do that advocacy. Thank you so much to Lori and Peter for making this day happen, and for all of you that participated. It was a great learning experience for me as well. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Let me just second everything that Julie just said. And Lori, thank you for organizing most of those stories. They're tremendously moving. I would just like to take a point of personal privilege again and mention particularly Becca Balin's statements. And as someone who spent a long time in public life in one way or another, I would join her in and take a word or two from Chacku, which is me too. I'm in long-term recovery from both addiction and mental health issues. And it brings a particular power for me to do this kind of work and to have a day like today. So thank you. Thank you all for being here and being here for me and for everyone else. VAMHAR, just one note, Chacku had mentioned Recovery Vermont. I want to point out that Recovery Vermont is one member of our portfolio at VAMHAR, and we're responsible for training many coaches, in fact, most of the coaches in the state. And we also have an advocacy training every month, which you can look up on our website and register for. And also, and finally, Recovery Day, which Lori kindly mentioned and has popped up in chat a couple of times, which is February 17th. A similar effort, Recovery Day at the State House, which isn't going to be at the State House. But thank you again, all of you. And Lori, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks so much. And also a special thanks to all of our 47 co-sponsoring organizations. Because of them, we had this turnout today. It was really a coalition and a collaboration in bringing everybody together to have this conversation. As well as behind the scenes, I want to thank Danielle, Nick, Margie, and Amy. Thanks so much for your help today. And please keep advocating. There are many more things for us to do. This is just the start. Bye, everybody.